Got you open.
Come on, baby, you drive me crazy.
Hottest thing I've ever seen. Looking like a natural queen. I said, let me take you for a ride. Babe. To the other side, we can do just what you like, girl.
Get started as long as you're ready.
As long as you're ready, babe. Any way you want it. Oh, baby, yeah. Oh, I like it when you.
Oh, baby, you drive me crazy.
Break it like that. I need you. Oh, I never saw.
Come on, baby, you drive me crazy.
You know what's in the shower when it's nice and wet, ready for your love.
Cause I'm looking at you and I like it.
Any way you want it, girl. Come on, baby.
Come on, baby.
Come hit me with the flavor, let me taste it, baby. Oh, night. Come on.
Come on, baby, you drive me crazy. Come on, baby, you drive me crazy.
When you're at the Cups to Polar Region, you're waiting for that flux transfer event for the staircase to open. You heard me? This is death, baby. This is the science. It's the way out. You're welcome. Yeah, baby. The winding waterway of the Magnetos pores. IS 24 to 26, self-created dead king ferries on reed floats from west to eastern horizon. Reed floats on west to eastern horizon. We already decoded that the reed floats is the Magnetos pole. Now we know. IS 27, the eastern horizon or winding waterway. IS 27. The dead king travels causeway of happiness beneath the firmament of the sky. After the deceased climbs the great stairway at the gap or polar cusp, he must go through the double ram gate or navigate on the winding waterway and sail in the 8 boat, CT 62. So it's telling you once you get in the boat, you got to know your little dipping and your sipping and your Bill Cosby. Give him a pill, Bill Cosby. That bitch Looney Day or Looney Bell, she is a fucking tasteless lady for this reason. She's interviewing on Vlad TV now. I don't know what that means, but she's interviewing John Amos. This is a fucking icon in an old fucking man. This is someone you salute This is damn. She brings up, do you know Bill Cosby? And remember, he did that movie, Let's Do It Again, with Bill Cosby. He said, no, I did that. Did an episode. He said, I wasn't really on, he was really on point. You know, I wasn't really on that level. He said, of Bill Cosby. He said, Bill Cosby's friends was like Harry Belafonte and them because they was on that level. He said, but I had a fun time. It was always cool. Well, what about him raping the girls and Bill Cosby, did you know? And she's forcing him and she's going through this rant, Bill Cosby, you know, in front of this icon. You don't do that. You don't have that funky talk. You're supposed to ask this genius about his fucking life, not try to force him to gossip about Bill Cosby. It was just real tacky. And he finally got there because she kept pushing like everybody knew this was the rumors. But why didn't nobody stop him when he was doing it? And he gave a good answer. I can't remember what it was, but I'm like, he shouldn't be even posed this shit to. But that's the state of dumb niggas today. You know what I'm saying? Don't belong. Bobby Hemmings said Looney Dell was sexy one time. So he liked MILF. And old lady, he used to tell me, he's like, I was like, yo, that Looney Bell look like she's choking, man. When she talks, you know, her titties all up in her neck and shit. Bobby said, well, I find that sexy. I said, nigga, what? And his voice changed too when the other one did. I find that sexy. I'm like, oh, damn. And I get it now, especially I like MILFs. Like, you had so many bad bitches. Like, you got to spend some time with some beat-up hoes. Like, I got a list of beat-up hoes that I had in life. Like, you would have seen, there was one motherfucker. Oh, my God. If I show you the pictures of this shit, y'all niggas would be like, what in the fuck are you doing? And shit was so bad, you know, when I got there, she looked at my dick and said, well, I like to be fisted. I said, bitch, I'm not fisting you. You know what I'm saying? It's just weird. So you got to spend time with some beat up hoes. So I get what he's saying now. Looney Dell, I just don't like her essence. But, you know, I think Bobby loves comedians. So, you know, those realms we spend time in. That's why we could be somehow, you know, well, I think I'm funny. You know what I'm saying? At times, because it's a science. And, you know, like I said, some of these masters descend, Jimi Hendrix. Some of these master students descend. You know what I'm saying? Under the banner of Jimi Hendrix is a master. And they stayed high because they are very understanding of the quantum world. You can watch interviews with the Aleem brothers, who are part of that Electric Lady movement Jimi Hendrix did. The Aleems made a couple of records, had a couple of labels. In fact, it was the first label we were signed on. Ironically, the Aleems later became these liaisons between record labels and artists, which the manager is supposed to do. And Screwball had a meeting at Tommy Boy. And at this point, I was selling the porn, so I was already retired from record labels. So they knew I knew shit. KL, why don't you come and hang? The liaison was the Aleem brothers. And as soon as I came in, they said, where the hell do we know you from? We do know you. I said, I was signed to you. We were one of the super kids. Then drawers dropped. Well, so, you know, because now I'm all glittered up from the porn money. So they were just happy to see that. And they have done interviews where they talked about Jimmy. And they said Jimmy constantly talking about, nigga, I'm going back to Shangri-La. I know where the party's really at. He talked about death and it being the real place. The Aleem brothers talk all about it. Look for the Aleem brothers in an interview. I'm sure it's on YouTube somewhere. Janis Joplin, the dude from The Doors, the Grateful Dead, and what I didn't know, and the spirit came to me. Because some of these niggas can incarnate as white people, but a true white man can't incarnate as a nigga. We could go down. Remember, we created them. So some of niggas are incarnating as white people to get the point across. There's a white boy y'all got to see. It's a level. Joe Cocker. Joe Cocker. His spirit came the fuck through and shocked the shit out of me. I had no idea he was another one of those LSD shamans. How I know Joe Cocker was a terrible, terrible way. He's the dude that sings, "You are so beautiful." You look at it, every time you see him on stage, he said, "You are to me." Like, he's just yuck. He was on, we are the world, we are the children. So I'm high and I said, I want to see this white man ham this fucking song up. Then I seen his other songs. And he made that. He made that. I'm fucking going, these songs are masterpieces. And I never knew it was him because I always remember that dumb song that he would bring the house down. You love to me. Like, oh, hell. But when they're showing shit from Woodstock, when this nigga was LSD'd out, singing these fucking magical songs. He would play with his hands in the air and his feet, all four limbs, doing different things that the band was doing. One hand is doing the drums, he's doing the rolls, and the guitar, and the bass with his legs, and moving some of the instrument. So he's on stage having this conniption fit, singing the song in deep trance. And I missed it with this white boy. He's dead in the 2000s. I missed it with him because I've always seen it. So it was a level I had to get to. I'm watching this shamanistic LSD performance. Judy K. King, in her lecture, this one, you gotta look it up, I said, Balls of Fire, talks about LSD. And white people also feel that LSD is the way out. That's all that Timothy Leary shit. And Crowley said the way out, he was talking to white people, is through drugs. So the drug experience, Kalindi was one of those masters. We have a master now. You see me interview him, Brother Hank. Go to that interview, get Brother Hank's info, and he will straighten you the fuck out. That experience is the experience of death. It's a wonderful thing. It's only a terrifying thing with fear. So if you go into it with fear, you can attract negative energy. You have to go in there as the dead sun god, as the pharaoh, as the master, knowing where to get your ship, knowing where to go. You go in there fucking around, you're gonna get fucked around because there's a lot of shit. That's like going outside with your vagina out. Talking about I'm trying to get married. A nigga's gonna tell you, I love you. You know what I'm saying? A nigga's gonna tell you, I love you because he sees your pussy. So the universe will tell you anything because so you need to know. Your stupidity doesn't stop. You only have the opportunity to be not stupid. All right, let's see. Just inside the magnetopause layers exists called the low latitude boundary layer. That is the LLBL. And then the high boundary layer, HLBL. Both which extend far into the magneto's tail. The day side, LLBL, is highly structured and very sensitive to the direction of the sun's IMF. When the IMF is southward, the coupling between the solar wind and the magnetosphere is strong. Magnetic activity is high, and the energy transfer into the magnetosphere is maximized. With northward, IMF coupling is weak. Geometric activity is low and low energy transfer diminished. Found that for the northward IMF and the LLBL shows that a stair step is found that for northward IMF, the LBL shows a stair step plasma density profile. The funerary texts state that the land is placed in the side of the Great West at the stairway of the lotus tank at the place for traveling upstream in the lake of the favored ones, CT 399. The idea of going upstream is similar to the advice that urges the deceased to pass on the upper road, a Rose Taju, TR4, suggesting that the HLBL, however, it seems possible that both the LLBL and the HLBL may be available paths for the deceased sun god. So the magnetic pores of two ways. That's what this is called. There's two ways to get in. Through the low latitude boundary layer, LLBL, or the high latitude boundary layer, HLBL, BL. All right. So as I pointed out, we already went through this. It's in the DNA. Once you know it, these things, it's going to be easier. Why you hear these words and this shit? Because this shit is her trying to apply today's science and big words to the Egyptian shit. So mind you of what we know what it is, and mind you, keep listening for the Egyptian funerary text and try to stick with her thesaurus words. The LBL is formed by plasma mixing or field lines opened by the magnetospores. Reconnection. Egyptian textual references indicate more than one pathway staring that the deceased may cross the firmament. All right, let me see if this has ended. Oh no, we still going. 6:39, when this ends, I'm going to be able to save it. And I'm talking about I also record my voice more than the video, so in case something happens, there's like, I don't know how long, but there's a missing part in my last lecture where it is absolutely scientific, but I did the backup recording, and I'm gonna put up, it won't be visually audio, a part of that lecture that was missing where I really got scientific. I don't think it went in. So that'll be very, 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 very soon. So that's what I'm doing. I'm backing this up in case something funky happens. All right, remember, classes are starting very soon. If you want to join, now's the time to join. I'm about to start in middle of this month. So a couple of weeks is go time, baby. Go to occultlectures.com, sign up. As always, I know it's slow. We're sending shit out. I just sent out 100 packages. My son is coming tomorrow to bust shit out. The lawn guy's son, I had to bite the bullet, get him to help, but I don't have him packing herbs. I have him packing the bottles. So he's packing stuff. So when my son comes, quicker bag. My son was doing it all. That's not working. So now I got a kid to make sure the supplies are there. It's easy. My son does the email. All we really have to do is put it in bags now. It's getting better, but you got to remember, I've been in the game for so long. The list is long. My products work well. What can I do? Let me say this. Keep forgetting. Brother Rich is starting a website, and he's gonna feature products from different particular camps. And Rich reached out to me to give a product to represent on his website. That's a done deal. Like I said, I meet a lot of people in this game, and I see a lot of surprising bullshit, you know, that I'm really not surprised about. But Rich is the real deal. And I judge the real deal by the purity of his heart. There was a week where I was inundated with a bunch of Negro humanity. And, you know, I'm walking around in a rant. Fuck all these niggas. I don't want niggas at my house no more. I always was on Facebook with niggas, always commenting, playing with niggas. But it's to a point where I can't even do that shit no more. Everything means something big, you know. I can't fuck around because now Panic said it. And the Panic is saying this. So that week was like, man, fuck all these niggas. They can't, you know, it's not really that serious, and I don't take myself that serious as much as motherfuckers is now taking me. And talking to Rich really brought me back in the game, if you will, last week. So I want to thank Rich for that conversation. And where I was like, man, fuck that. I don't want to participate. I want to do nothing. He sparked it back. And I definitely want to participate with my brother. And, you know, so many things came to mind. My mother, when she passed here, my Dukes, you know, I can tell you an incredible story. But me and my sister put together a memorial for her. And, well, first off, because of her sickness, and because in the 70s, there was so much in and out of psychiatric hospitals, because at the time, my grandmother, the same one who lived on Roosevelt Island, was able to take over her finances, and you were able to have someone committed. My grandmother would do that, have my mother committed. She would go in for a couple of weeks. She would tell me it was like jail, come back, take the medicine fat, like how ODB was. I can tell when they take that medicine. They gave OB psychiatric medicine. That's what was fucking them up and probably killed them. My mother said this medicine was torture. The side effects of torture. They gave her diabetes, high blood pressure, all that good shit. So she would stop constantly. So in between her back and forth of sickness, you know, and my will to go back home, we were at this point visiting on the weekend, so we were reconnecting with Dane and our old friends in our neighborhood. But that Sunday of going home back to our father was fucking miserable to us. We waited 2 weeks for that Friday. It was everything we lived for. We eventually got it to every weekend. It was everything we lived for. I played hooky every day then, starting in high school. I started playing hooky in 5th grade. 6th grade, I never did one thing. 7th grade, not one thing. 8th grade, I sat in the back of the class and did nothing. In the 9th grade, I didn't even go to class. Every single day I played hooky. I never went to one class in high school. Not one. Not one. I sat through a couple, you know, nothing. I used to start going to my mother's house, getting in the bed, taking a nap, get up in the morning with my books, get in the bed, take a nap. She wasn't never, she was always mellow and cool. And like I said, she was sick. So she couldn't really police that. So my father found out, finally said, don't let him stay here. You can't stay here. I just came, had the key, came in, got in the closet, closed the closet, went to sleep. So she opened the closet. I'm like, I'm looking at her, she looking at me, I'm looking at her. She just said, close the fucking closet. Now, it didn't work. I started hanging out, playing hooky. So eventually I grew up, you know, going back and forth. And, you know, there was times, you know, my mother was tormented in our own hood, Queensbridge. They threw rocks at the window. She was the neighborhood crazy lady. And, you know, She went smoked crack. You know what I'm saying? I went through that. I remember when I was living with her, when I finally forced myself doing so much bad with our family, there was no place to go. And she finally said you could live there. We was coming every weekend. I was playing hooky there, but finally said you could live there. So I remember Marley Marl's sister, Dushawn. She's real. She always would come up to me and tell me something real. I love Dushawn. You know what I'm saying? She came and she was like, yo, you know, your mom's just hanging around with this dude. And, you know, I think they smoke crack. You know, and I'm like, damn. So Dushawn told me, Marley's family knows us. Like, it's deeper than just a relation. Marley lived a few blocks, doors down, or buildings down. His mother and my grandmother were tight. My grandmother gave Marley Marl his first job. He knows that and remembers that. His sister, Belle, was our babysitter, me and my sister. Belle's daughter is she's beautiful. She's my girl, Danielle. She's online. She's a beautiful person, beautiful, sweet, and she's sexy as hell. And all good people, you know what I'm saying? His family is good people. His cousin, Mike, Fredo, all these little crazy niggas. That other little nigga, Marley's family. And I remember Marley being a DJ and being older. And then the first memory is when I see him in the park, you know. I said, oh, I remember him. He was the older guy and babysitter. Then, you know, we forced our way as kids. He was getting big, and the story goes from there. But Dushawn told me this, and then I remember opening the door. I was 18 or 19, and see my mother on the couch smoking crack. While you think that's shocking, and it was, and traumatizing, and it was, painful, and it was, it's the thing that made me a man. I knew in that moment that this woman I was chasing this childhood thing that will never exist again. Now I started hearing my father talking about taking care of yourself, getting a job, you know, all the stuff he teaches you to be a man. It started coming into context. That day, I went to the hill and called my uncle. What the fuck happened? No, and that was killing us. We didn't know what happened to our mother. Why? They just came and I was 9, she was 8. They all just showed up at the babysitter, said, your mom is sick. Now for a year, our moms was sick and we was living with her. She just would talk crazy. She would start on the phone crazy. Then she turned into another person named David. She would make us call her David, and her demeanor would change. We would call her mom out the window, so she would throw down the key, open the door. We were on the first floor. She wouldn't come. We would call her David, and she would come. I remember 2000s, I was in the store, ran into somebody from the hood. Said, how's your mom? David. Like, they knew that shit. It was just weird. Not even weird. It was a fucked up childhood. Then my grandmother was on the phone with my father, who now had a new family. You gotta get your kids. You gotta get your kids. I'm about to do this with their moms. You gotta get it. I don't have the room. I'm making the story. We went to a foster home, which left a lifetime of shit on my humanity. What I seen them do to my sister, and I couldn't do nothing, is incredible. No boys, just embarrassment. Just to try to destroy her self-esteem. I remember in a snowstorm in Long Island, they made her walk outside with no coat for whatever reason. The neighbors, she had a nightgown on in this fucking blizzard for some punishment. The neighbors just brought her in the house. It was savagery, you know what I'm saying? They talked to him. I remember when I went there was a bunk bed, and her son, he was sleeping on the top bunk. So he said, you sleep here. I remember in detail that first night of being in that house, and I kept hearing something by my head. It was mice. We were from the project, but there was no mice. I didn't know what that was. The mice shit was in the bed where my head was, in this place. And it was a nice Long Island house with a basement and rec rooms, all sorts of shit. They just had mice. She treated us like disgusting. I remember one time we went to the center, and I didn't understand that, and she was smiling and whatever. And they got back and fucked up to us. I remember my aunt on my father's side, they were all young, so they couldn't take us. We went and complained. They was bringing us toys. They were trying to arrange their lives to get us. My aunt was trying to arrange a life. She was like fucking 20, 21. My other aunts were still in nursing school. One was moving out. No one could take us. Our father came and took us to McDonald's once, and we laid it on thick. Your hand is like my hand, and they're doing this. Next thing we know, he came and got us in the house we was in. He took us. He did do that. So we were there from October to April, and that left a scar that's unmatched. I remember once my mother went to the hospital and she picked us up while we were in the foster home. And mom, when we coming home, I remember she bought us a Zero bar, and she apologized for that year we was with her as the crazy lady. Her best friend, which is Dane's mother, told her kids, you can't go over there no more. But they still came. You know what I'm saying? And I remember her telling us we can't go back, having to bring us back to the foster. We didn't go home. We stayed in Jamaica, Queens, near the center, and went back. Then eventually, like I said, we moved on. So as we fast forward, and I lived with her, left, talked to my uncle. I just got to get this story out. Talked to my uncle, and he told me in the marijuana, remember her boyfriend Richard? Yeah, they were smoking LSD. She never came back. That was good. I had nowhere to go. I called one of my father's old girlfriends, who was very abusive to us when she was with him. But she was one of them ghetto moms that would take you in. And she did. And I was surprised because I thought they were so ghetto. She said, you got to work, get a GED, da-da-da-da. The next day I was in the GED program at work. I knew now I had to save myself because there was nothing to go back to in Queensbridge that was going to save me or save me from all the pain I went through. But myself, I had to figure out a way. So life started. I used to drive past in Queensbridge for whatever reason, and I lived with my grandmother. My grandmother was still taking. My mother would come over to get her money. My grandmother was taking her check and paying all the bills and giving her a weekly allowance. That was happening. My mother was surviving, and I would see in the window. My grandmother passed in '93. I moved to Jersey City. I was living when I moved to Jersey City. For about a year or two, I would see my mother's windows. Then the windows changed. She wasn't there. So for years, we had no idea where she was. That alone will fuck you up. So in 1997, I'm walking on 34th Street and see my mother sitting on the curb in a store corner with bags like a regular homeless person. I need you niggas to understand what trauma is, nigga, and I'm going through the light version. So I went to my mother and asked her, are you okay? Do you need help? And because she understands help to be the mental house, she went crazy. No, I don't want to say about that. I've never seen her that sick. She was talking like this, showing me pictures of white kids, and I couldn't do nothing. You want to come with me? Never. You need help? No. If I had $1 million, I couldn't save my mother. And the law has changed where you can't have someone institutionalized. If they're no harm to others or themselves, you can't do it like my grandmother did. So my sister, very capable, couldn't do what my grandmother does. Did. So it was very hard to walk away from her, knowing what I seen. I gave her a card. I was working on a record label. And when I got home, I ferociously yelled into a pillow. I've never felt nothing like that. Nothing. It was a pain that couldn't go away. That's when I knew this is in me, and began working to free myself, to forgive, to forget, to understand. The more I got to understand the flaw of humanity, the more I knew I couldn't blame her. She was only human. The more I understand purpose, the more I understand I needed to go through that to be this. So I came to terms with all of that and let all of that go through chakra work and all of that. But now, good news. My aunts, not her sisters, because they all have given up, but my father's side, because they all grew up together. My sister was saying, I don't even know my mother's social security, blah, 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 beefing. My aunt worked for some agency, found it, found my mother, got her in a fucking hospital, and got on meds. My aunt did it. Something I thought was hopeless. I went to see her. I'm crying, just seeing her sitting there. It is the most unnameable pain. I got catfished. And it was more like, oh, I'm coming to see you. It was always a story, always a this, always that, always a this. And it triggered something. It triggered something I didn't know was still there. The feeling or the lust that I had built up in the foster home to want to get home. Everything was about wanting to go back home and not being able to do it. Being in a place I didn't even know where home was. An hour or two away, driving on the highway in North Babylon. It was insane. The feeling, the need, the longing, that shit came back. I wasn't in love with her, but it put me in that position where I was having the same realization, like, why can't I get to you? And it showed me that pain, and I was able to release that. And I never seen this bitch. Catfish before it was a catfish. But it's things like that helped me to see what was really in me and what really scarred, and be able to let it go. That's the word. That's the work of releasing your human trauma, whatever it is. So for about 3 to 4 years, she's in the program. The program gets you a living with roommates. She moved to a nice place in Harlem with roommates. She's on semi-meds. She's talking a little bit. Dane's mother passed, her best friend. She said Lolly comes here all the time, and shit like that. But she was crazy. She was saying shit like, we gods. Remember me, used to party on Saturn. She would say all of this shit. All of this shit. That's all of this shit. She said, nigga, we used to be on Saturn getting it. Used to be Manuel and you know, you young, like, what the fuck is that? But she was consistent in some of this shit. Everything was we gods. She was crazy, but she was saying, we gods, you gods. She would say, she was walking in, what's up, God? And she would say, if you're fucking up, computers. She was like, her computers is controlling her, this and that. Which is really saying your humanity and your programming. I'm telling you, them drugs, nigga, them drugs. But if you have no shamanistic training, and LSD is a made-up drug, you got to take what grows: ayahuasca, peyote, mescaline, mushrooms. You know what I'm saying? You take LSD that's made in a lab to induce that. Now, you understand the government put that out and created the hippie movement. They wanted to see what happens. What happens? White people got communal, got naked, and became one. Isn't that African culture? Communal, naked, they were becoming niggas off of these drugs. Your melanin is a slight DMT thing. That's why you have all the creative ideas. You're in that zone. You are a reflection of it. Your melanin is, you're going to see as I go on, a part of a system that helps you get through. Boom. All right. So she told me after about 3 years, and at this time, my sister was able to bond with her, take her to picnics, and they went to concerts, and she was at every event. It was happening again. After I seen the homeless, shit was happening again. My sister and mother became one thing. Then my mother says, I have to move out of this apartment. They're going to give me another apartment in Brooklyn. I was living in Brooklyn at the time, and it's less supervision. I knew at that moment it's going to be crazy time again. So she moves to Brooklyn, and because she was in the streets for so long getting a check, she never cashed them. So she had, we talking 50 G's of stash, which was good. So she got money, and she only remembers me as a kid. So at this point, I'm a computer tech. I have a Microsoft, MCSA, MCSE. These were big things in this time in 2000. And, you know, and A+ network, I'm doing it. I'm getting all these certifications. She said, did you ever get your GED? You know what I'm saying? She thinking my sister is the one, but she, you know, my sister's doing great. My sister eventually got her own apartment on Roosevelt Island, the same place we walked barefoot with my grandfather, the step-grandfather, this beautiful Shangri-La. My sister couldn't get it out. So I was there in 93 with my grandmother. She got an apartment right across the way where she still lives and raised her son in 92 till now. That's how, that was the island or the only safe haven we had in a world of shit that I'm telling you. And girls get more shit. Girls get more shit. So when she moved to the new place, she calls me and says, my mother, Larry, I need $20. Okay. I was a bike rider. I met her where she was at, and she gave me a bag of trinkets. She was talking crazy. I already knew it was coming. So I gave her some money and said, Ma, I'm about to move to Atlanta. No, you're not. It was crazy talk. I knew this was about to get ugly, and I wouldn't even be in the state to do nothing. That alone was incredible. And even if it does, I can't do nothing. Whew, it was hard. Moved to Atlanta, not knowing what's going to happen. Sure enough, she becomes homeless again. My sister is running into her in the streets sporadically. I don't fucking know to this day how my sister can do it. She told me one time she ran up on my mother just in the streets, and white girls were throwing shit at her. She walked up and said, Ma, the white girls got scared or whatever. I'm like, damn, she was telling me like she was meeting my mom's for lunch and all this wild shit. She was saying like, my mom's has always been allergic to fish. She said she had a salmon or something sandwich. She said, my mother used to demand of her, give me a piece. To mine, it's fish. She said she ate it and was okay. She said some days she just be dressed nice, some days she's not. She said she was doing all sorts of, she said one time she was on the way to work, seeing her, then stopped and took my mother to get something to eat. The boss called. She told the boss, oh, my mother's homeless. I seen her, you know, I'll be in a few. My sister always had top-notch jobs, so that she wasn't you know, she worked at Bad Boy. She was in the record game for a billion years. She works at Sony now. So she's always been doing good there in that area. So she didn't have no pressure. She said when she got to the fucking office, her boss was crying. And I told my sister, sometimes we talk in normalcy about these shits, but people picture their mother probably like you're doing now, and it's unthinkable what you come to see as normal. And she's crying. You know, I was telling her, that, actually I told her that story first, then she told me about the boss and said, aha. So my sister's running into it sporadically. I'm in Atlanta. Bellevue called me. We had your mother. I said, for what? We can't tell you. But we had to let her go. She was no harm to herself or others. My mother know that game. She's been in and out of institutions for so long. She knows the criteria. She'll get there and talk like motherfucking Phil Valentine on your ass. Karu, Ramu, Sakmet, and they gotta let her go. They did, and just that call was so traumatizing to me, and I'm full-blown conscious. Just that call put me in a way. They did it again, calling me twice. Right? Now, it's hurtful. My sister seen her sporadically. My sister tried to tape her once. She's homeless, but homeless shit. Send me a video. I just couldn't watch it. Then my uncle calls me about 2 years ago now and says, Yvonne Waldron, my mother is dead. I said, you know, I actually feel relieved, man. She had such and such. I really get that when someone says she's better off dead or he's better off dead. Yeah. So I was relieved, and I knew what I'm going to do spiritually. And I know what she's going to do already. She's the one who connected me with B.O.B. to get me back to the music game. Not to make records, but she knew she was a incredible record collector. She got up out of bed, got on the couch, and listened to music all day, every day. That's all she did ever since her crazy. Got up, turned on the radio, listened to it all day, no TV. Music. She had stacks and stacks of 45. She was a collector of everything. She bought rap music. She loved that shit. All of it. And so it gave me a love for music to the point where I was making records. And then I outgrew it. You know what I'm saying? I became conscious, did my thing, and it was over. Her spirit came through and remembered the joy of creating music. She remembered when I did move my grandmother and got to SB12, I remember her coming in and looking at me, fuck with the drum machine, going, oh, that's nice, and that's this, and how's it done? So I showed her taking a record, taking a sample, it's recordings that you're manipulating, blah, blah, blah. And she said, oh, so what I have would be a fucking gold mine. I said, now you got it. Your record collection is incredible, and I would eat all day. So she understood and knew where I was coming, and she, in her mind, was my greatest victory through the trauma, my love and excitement for music. She remembered it. So when B.O.B. came, well, let's go back. And I know this is another long side story, but it was too much for it because we're going to get back to this. This shit is going to be 24 hours if we got to do it. I'm going to get it through. All right? So you have the luxury of coming back to it. So listen to this shit, nigga. So she's dead. So he said, my uncle, they buried her in Potter's Field, which is just, they don't know who it is. They just I said, what in the fuck? So my friend, we got to get her out. This nigga. I think we need to just let her. I said, what? See, they dismissed her as a sister a long time ago, but they're talking to us like, you know, all the time. Even my aunt, my conscious aunt, I had to tell her, the way you talking in this gossip form, I know y'all did that because I remember them talking in the Yvonne's. So Yvonne said this on the phone, because we used to be in the back in my grandmother's house. They thought we sleep, but we heard them gossiping. So they're trying to do this gossip now with me, and I'm saying, I had to tell them, yo, this is my mother, not my sister. I didn't grow up and see this happen. I'm the victim of this shit. So you have to have a different way of speaking when you talk. So this nigga, we can leave it in Potter's. I said, you crazy nigga. When I said that to Dane, before I said anything, he said, I'm gonna see what I could do. He already knew. I said, hold on. When I talked to my sister, she said, nigga, I got a lawyer getting her already. We ain't having that shit, nigga. I said, she needs to be in this fucking house with me. So my sister got that lawyer, got that body, got that DNA test, burned that body, and got those ashes. No tap. My sister, I bought an urn, sent it to her. My sister put the ashes in the urn, sent it to me. The urn now sits in my house. My mom's is here, nigga. You heard me? Here. We took some of the ashes, because my mom's channel came through, and took them to Motown. We got early to Motown. I paid for my sister to go. We did a lecture. My sister would roll with me to lectures anyway, because she was doing the door with me. Effectively, she's a motherfucking beast. I love my sister. A beast. She's one of the greatest survivors I've ever witnessed, because what we went through, I watched her go through it from a different perspective, and that motherfucker's a G. Hands down. An intelligent ass G. And I see her now absorbing my conscious words. She's getting that. To my sister, much fucking respect to you. So she got those motherfucking ashes. She got that body, my sister. She got me what I needed. My mother in the house. We went to Detroit, sprinkled the ashes all around Motown. And then we took the tour. Turns out they play fucking Motown all day. That's her shit. She sits up and listens to music constantly, and that's what they do. She's a Motown sound ass. So some of them ashes went there. My sister said, that's the greatest thing I've ever done. My mother's at Motown. Then my mother also asked to be a part of New York City, a love. She used to sit in the park called the River Park, across on a certain bench, and just sit and watch towards Manhattan. We went to the river and dumped her ashes in the river so she could be a part of the New York system. So good work. And a little bit before that, we put a memorial together. And you heard that long, detailed story because I wanted to get it off my chest. I want you to understand human hardship is not unique to you. I went through human hardship, and I'm trying to tell you, because I went through it, it put me in the mindset to look for something greater, because I know this can't be our story, not our full story. And if I didn't go through what I went through and had more contentment, you wouldn't hear what you're hearing. I'm here to do this, and I know I needed to go through some hellified, illusionary trauma to get here. And I knew that before I came, and that's the sacrifice. That's the sacrifice that I knew I would make to come to be this. And I'm not asking for nothing, pity or even nothing, just so you know. Some of us came down here understanding different shit. I'm telling you, this is what it is. So we put together, me and my sister, a true memorial for her. Both sides, my aunts, uncles, on both sides, because they both all knew her, all the cousins, and the whole shit. I got herb pack money, so I'm sending my sister real, get that. My sister organized. She got a live doo-wop band. She got some African drumming niggas who she said, my brothers Panic. They said, Brother Panic, we gonna beat the shit out these drums for you. I said, I don't know who you are, niggas, but I'll shade to you. And they did. Then she got, what's the sister? Terrell something Hicks, I think. But it's the sister who sings. The little dark-skinned sister who sang in that Subway thing, who eventually was the girl, DMX's girl in Belly. And she was in maybe something else. Sweet something with a beautiful voice. She came and sang. Then there was another African lady from somewhere else that came and sang. And a band. There was another live band of something. The music thing. She had it in the church on Roosevelt Island, which she knew she could get, and that's why she wanted it. It was all set up. Everybody was coming. I paid for all the tickets for my family. The boys, they were going to meet directly, you know, Khadijah, everybody. We was rolling. And motherfucking, I got pneumonia. It was coming on when I did the lecture in New York. I was starting to feel in my sciatic nerve, in my ass, and I was talking about it, impossible pain. After Rich promoted it, I called Rich and said, yo, Rich, turns out, Rich, damn, I damn sure gonna do this for Rich. Rich said he had the same problem. So he told me some things. And I said, fuck it, I'm still coming to New York. I suffered through the plane ride. And my aunt was like, you want me to massage it? I'm like, no. Rich put me in a little ass room. He didn't know what the room was. So there was sisters coming up. Young massage therapists. I do it. Khadijah used to be a massage therapist. She stopped, so her hands are weak. I was like, no, you know, it's too much of a little room for a woman to be in there doing all of this. So I couldn't do it. But Rich said, I got you. I'm gonna get you an ass cushion for the ride back. Yo, let me tell you, Rich's ass cushion was beautiful. Let me see if I may have brought it upstairs. No, I'm sitting on it. What the fuck? I finally found an ass cushion. You know what I'm saying? Brother Rich, you would be proud. You know, when you're sitting down for all of this time, you know what I'm saying? So far, we've been sitting down for what? Over 6 hours. Let me save this file and stop so I can do a new one. Save as. Come on now. So, Rich gave me this cushion. It was fucking beautiful. Give me 1 second. Let me save. Let me get a name. Let's call this one Dead Travel 1. All right, so I'm saving this back up. And I'll start it again. It'll save. There we go. All right, so Rich gave me an ass cushion, and it was so comfortable. I started going everywhere with this ass cushion that Rich gave me. Khadijah hated that shit. I be walking in fucking, because his ass cushion had like a handle on the shit. So you could carry that shit like a suitcase. Man, I was going to movies, fancy restaurants. We had Papa Dough. I'm tugging this ass cushion. It was just so fluffy. That's it. Let me try to find another one, a backup. No ass cushions was adding up to Rich's ass cushion. Rich, your ass cushion, if for no other reason, I owe you for that. That ass cushion was magical, nigga. I I went to the movies. We was trying to sneak some snacks in. And this young nigga was like, you can't bring no snacks in. I gotta see your bag. You can't. Like, nigga, we ain't gonna eat it. We just went to the store. You can't bring them in. And, you know, the niggas about your son's age, you want to just move the fuck out the way. But you can't. So we left in a hissy fit. Fuck that movie. Fuck that. You know what I'm saying? We go home and watch the big screen, nigga. By the time we got halfway home, I realized I left my cushion there. So I know Khadijah's not going back. She hates that fucking cushion. She said, oh, word? I didn't even ask, like, yo, you know, could we go back and get my cushion? So I knew that was the end of the cushion. I literally was fucking depressed. Rich's ass cushion was immaculate ass cushion. So I was getting sick, man. Then it got worse. Like, I couldn't walk. I went to the hospital a couple of times. One doctor cursed me out. I can't give you no, like, I'm coming for the pain pills. I'm like, nigga, what else do y'all got? Physical therapy, nothing for this shit. Then I started not being able to breathe. Ambulance level. Oxygen. They say, yo, you got a pneumonia. And I'm like, yo, I can't walk neither. So they started clearing out the lungs. They give you the lung shit to breathe, the oxygen and all of that. Had pneumonia. Started spitting up the phlegm. Boom, clearing out the chest. We were supposed to be at my mother's memorial. My doctor's coming in. Yo, telling me shit, doing shit. And I know this bitch. Me and her don't get along. She used too many scare tactics. But that bitch came every day. I gotta say that. She came every day when I was in the hospital. Like, I gotta say that. She did come every day in the hospital. I'm thinking now. And basically I was like, yo, my mother's memorial. I'm like, yo, I'm ready to go. I said, they got oxygen on the plane. And she was so rich. She said, yo, she knew I wasn't ready, but she knew how important this was. She said, yo, fuck it, just go to the hospital there. You can't do it. Da, da, da. So my breathing was coming back. It wasn't there. I knew I wasn't going to make it. My mother's memorial. So called my sister, said, yeah, I don't know. I don't know, blah, blah, blah. I don't think it's going to happen. She said, write a speech. Boom, I wrote a speech. And I said, damn, I'm going to miss this shit. Let me call Brother Rich. Brother Rich, what are you doing? Yo, I'm about to do this. I got to do this. I'm about to film that. I said, yo, do you know anybody that can film for me? This is the situation. Rich said, for you, I'll do it. I said, please get reactions and da 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 da. I said, how much you want? He's like, I don't know, Panic. I said, pick a number. He said, $200. I'll give you $400. He said, what? I said, $400. Please do it for me. Rich came and killed it. He filmed everything for me. He caught the moment. He filmed my cousins talking in the end, the reaction. They fed him. They treated him like family. My sister met Brother Rich, loved him. Brother Rich came. Brother Rich made DVDs of it and sent me that shit. I am forever in the debt of the heart of Brother Rich. That is the realest shit ever. So when Brother Rich called, I know I've been slow on it, Brother Rich, but don't think I'm not formulating. I have the formula. I have a formula for you. I tell you the Spirit was going to give it to me, and it gave it to me. I didn't even need the book I was looking for to reference. I have a formula for you to clear the house, and they can mix it with 4 ounces of alcohol and wipe it down, then get in the shower. So it's a spiritual cleansing as well as a house cleansing. That's what I'm going to give Rich so he can represent on his website. I said all of this long story because this is therapy as well. And I want y'all to hear and know, some people in lectures heard this story. Where I come from, and what I become, you can do that shit too, no matter where you start, no matter what an obstacle. It's really about you facing this shit, facing this trauma to understand and learn and learn how to let go and not let it consume you. That's mastering and dealing with your humanity. I didn't let something, and I gave you the short version, man. I just remember, nigga, I mean, things like I'm just walking in the shadows and see my mother buying crack from niggas who I thought was my friends and them selling it to her. Every time she walked by, wherever I'm standing, everybody just gets quiet. No one would address that elephant in the room. And I do have to shout out my man Chancey, because he did. Like, he was a ranker. He has no fucking morals. So my mother walked by, he said some shit. And it was the funniest thing because no one ever really addressed that to me. It was like the realest thing to me because everyone getting quiet was like, nigga, that means you say something later. Say it to me. I know what's happening. We're clear. My mother is the crazy. Nas made a record, one of the lines in Street Dreams, early 80s, throwing rocks at the crazy lady. My mother was the crazy lady. Shit fucked Nas up for that. But they didn't know. They didn't know. This is incredible trauma. Incredible trauma when Dushan came back later after I moved and said, they smoke crack in your mother's house. It's a crack house now. Do you know what that does? Do you know what it does when we used to drive past our windows and just see the debauchery in them? Oh man, we just fucked up. You can get past that too. Sorry to keep y'all so long, goddammit, but hey man, listen. It is what it is. Okay. New. All right, so this is part 2 in terms of recording. So we're gonna see, because we still going. This is one of them shits you're gonna have to investigate lectures. All right, we're worried. And thanks for listening. All you fucker niggas, thanks for forwarding. But all of this to say, Brother Rich's heart is a real deal, nigga. He never participated in any debates. His fucking integrity is top notch. And I know you know who Brother Rich is. Support him, support his website. This guy is the real deal. He's the real deal, I'm telling you. He stopped what he was doing and he filmed that for me excellent, professionally. I've seen it now because of him. He saved the day for me. Rich has come out to my house just for one day to get filming. Rich was working on a documentary. When I'm sure he'll let you know when it's ready, and when it is, support. He's a real deal Holyfield nigga. And Mooyow. All right, so let's get it. So the LLBL is formed by plasma mixing or field lines opening in the magnetopause reconnection. Egyptian textual references indicate more than one pathway, stating that the deceased may cross the firmament, may he traverse the sky, may he travel safely on fair paths on which the blessed travel, CT 399. Boom. So both the LLBL and the HLBL may be routes to an open IMF line. Although the texts prefer the upper path, that is the HLBL of the magnetopause decoder. So you should be going for the upper path, the upper room. Ooh, Lord, the upper room. Yeah, baby. Path of the West. Path of the West equals the LLBL and the HLBL in the magnetopause. That's your pathway to the West. One must consider that the chaotic magnetosphere processes are those of reaction, diffusion kinetics. So possibly all the deceased must do is be in the right place at the right time. Breakthrough information. So all the deceased must do is be in the right place at the right time for the process to happen. So once you get there, it's going to be about your DNA, because the DNA has to be changed and you need the stuff for it to change, for this world to flip. You're in the world of disorder and chaos, the upside down world. When you look with your eyes at this image, it shows your holographic brain, the mechanism, the picture upside down. Oh, ooh. So remember when Jack Sparrow in number 3 said up is up and down is down? He had to get out of that netherworld into this world. They had to turn the boat upside down, back in the world of chaos and disorder, in the world of illusion, upside down. Look at the picture, shows me it backwards. It doesn't do that at the Magnetos point. And there's a whole chapter on you turning up right side up or upside down. We're going to get to it. But we need to understand, because I told you of your comedic genius, your comedic DNA, all you have to do to get the process started is be in the right place at the right time. That is an origin of reconnection at the polar cusp. And all the kinetics will transport him to all these processes. Somebody wrote, he's good, but he chews in the East. Why is he doing that? Because I can. When we little, used to chew. I got gum. I got gum. Crunch bar. But now you gotta watch me chew, you dumb fuck. I hate you commenter niggers. I think it takes a loser to wanna. I think he's terrible. And I get the nice gesture. Panic, you're the greatest. Get the work. Go to the library, you fuck. He's good, but he's crunching too much. Even if I was crunching too much, I talk to the real niggas, you know what I'm saying? Well, I could be eating roaches, and they still would say, I don't give a fuck, as long as he's talking this shit. You eat that fucking keyboard over there. I need this. If you're worried about me chewing because I'm not professional enough, what's professional in this? What's professional about turning on this fucking YouTube camera? Just always trying to be professional about nothing. And you're nobodies. I don't consider myself anybody but a teacher. Well, during those last dying earthly moments, the deceased is able to gravitate or will his consciousness, molecular remains, to the polar staircase, site of reconnection. Then it seems that events would unfold automatically, unveiling a different reaction pathway than the deceased would experience at any other location on Earth. This is the way out, up in the cusp. Yeah, baby. Pimpin' won't, he will. Shout out to my man B.O.B., Pimpin' Gig, Pimpin' G.I.G., Gentleman G.I.G. That's my man B.O.B., Gentleman G.I.G., G.I.G., God is good. Pimping God is good. So when you see B.O.B., call that nigga God is good. What's up, God is good? Call me won't he will. Pimping won't he will. Won't he will. W. Oh shit, let me get that W right. All right. Won't he will, baby. Won't he will. Pimping won't it will. All right. I'm bullshitting too much. I know we here forever. You see the energy, baby. 7 hours. We just begun. You don't want it with the Hove, nigga. This shit will break before I fucking finish today. The good news is you can come back to this lecture. It's not long for you, but it's the most important shit you can possibly fuck with. All right, let's go. Shit, we still going. It may be that the time immediately after death is critical for achieving the desired chemical reaction. The time after death is critical for achieving the desired chemical reaction, because all this cuss shit that we talking about is ultimately just a chemical reaction with the DNA. So after death, is crucial for achieving the desired chemical reaction. The question arises: how does one with a molecular consciousness how does one will a molecular consciousness to the cusp, where an ordered set of chaotic events will occur? So how do you get there? How do you will yourself? Let's go. Let's see if I highlighted enough that explains that. With the Egyptian instructions emphasizing the western path to the northern polar region, it seems possible that they were aware of the Coriolis effect. Listen, Coriolis effect, which would bring a west-moving entity to the northern polar region as a consequence of the principle of conservation and of angular momentum. Certainly, other factors may influence the deceased's course. For instance, if we assume the deceased is a charged particle, then he would have 3 distinctive motions. Here's 3. Where we at? Graviton around a magnetic field line, bounce motion along the magnetic field line, and drift motion across the magnetic field line. Also, electrons drift eastward while ions drift westward. So, if the deceased is in the afterlife is an ion, perhaps he can set his automatic pilot on cruise west, an easy drift to the beautiful west, arriving at the cold polar north, and an element-enriched gap in the Earth's magnetosphere. So she's saying there's a Coriolis effect that brings ions to the west. They're saying the dead or deceased, you can move as an ion now. And you might automatically be able to get to the cusp. See, when you get to the cusp, game is on. Like I said, you're in the right place, perhaps at the right time. See, Beetlejuice is one of those things that made that staircase a little bit easier and accessible to niggas who ain't do as much work. It was a big release. It is a big release for a lot of Negroes who were stuck. And a lot of ancestors took that, or a lot of masters took that boat, that ride home when it first got here. Ashe. So a lot of conscious people who are truly conscious got a kiss of light, and they don't know what it's going to be. And I said in Balls of Fire, she told you how all of this that I just talked about comes at you as a virus, as bacteria. God damn, nigga. So after Beetlejuice, they started telling you, stay in the house, put on this shit, don't communicate, because your communication and being next to me, I can pull from you certain energy in our aura, which is light. So somebody may have more of an effect if they don't want us together. That's called horizontal gene transfer that I told you about. She breaks down the elements of the aura in the lecture Balls of Fire, and she breaks down how your aura colors as these fucking elements. Oh, I'm telling you, they're giving it to you now. They're giving it back. They can't do nothing with it. They're giving it back. Yeah, baby. So she told you what the aura really is and how it changes, so on and so forth. So Osiris, the Great Westerner, right? So Osiris, the Great Westerner. Now we get it. We see the importance of why the Kamites spoke of the West the way they did in reference. And then, there's a lot of coming forth by West, the new day in the West, Osiris, the Great Westerner, because everything they're talking about is about getting this westerly ride out of here. So the Egyptians weren't playing. The Kamites was not fucking around. They were all about that get the fuck out. We were not fucking around. I am not fucking around. And you need to stop fucking around. This is it. But if the deceased is an electron drifting west with protons, we could imagine the following scenario. The deceased decides to connect with solar high energy ions in the magnetosphere of the northern polar cusp by going towards the beautiful west via the Coriolis force, arriving at the pole with his new death vision. He sees actual energy landscapes of a great stairway or a ladder, radiant auroral shapes such as arcs, bands, rays, pillars, draperies, and coronas. Created by magnetic field lines and solar energy, the deceased climbs the auroral great stairway according to textual advice. He is at the famous gap in the Western Mountains or the polar cusp, where he joins Ra's ferry boat for his trip through the Duat. The first division of the Book of Gates of the Duat, according to the sarcophagus of Seti I, shows the mountains of the west split open for the solar bark to sail through. The god is symbolized by the transformative beetle, the disc encircled by a serpent, a symbol of energy. The text states that the great God, whose transformations are manifold, will join together his members. The great God will join together his members. This sounds like Osiris being assembled. Suggesting molecular self-assembly. So the idea of Osiris pieces being together has now been decoded on the cosmic level. Listen again. This text state, and the text they're talking about is in the sarcophagus of Seti I. The text states, the great God, whose transformations are manifold, will join together his members, suggesting molecular self-assembly. I told you, you got to do this. No one can do it for you. You have to reassemble yourself into the Osiris. The deceased at the gap states, I fly, I soar between the two great mountains which Ra appears, CT 305. Reviewing the cusp, we can easily explain the dynamics of noting 7 attributes in one morning. For this explanation, we will assume the deceased represents a Fermi class of particles possessing the half-integral units of I can't say that word, intrinsic sign, don't laugh, electrons, muons, tau particles, neutrinos, quarks. This assumption seems reasonable, for the text asserts the deceased is reestablished in its original shape. So, I didn't go through all this. She went through all 7. Figure 8, the Egyptian gap, a drawing from E. Wallace Budd. So here's another version right here of the 2 mountains, the Egyptian gap, and yep, that's Cthulhu. That's the Sunbow. That's the Sunbow. And see those guys standing up? We didn't get to it yet, but those are the 42 genes. We're going to get to the 42 genes that, because now that you get there, they're going to talk about the DNA process. The 42 genes that Tahuti rewrites. All this shit is fire. We're going to get there. First, the west to east movement. Recall the gap at the polar region, a weak magnetic field where the sun enters the menopause. According to Russell E.T. in 1985, this is the source region of FTEs. The deceased advised not to travel on the western waterways, for those who travel therein do not return. He must travel on the eastern waterways. Among the followers of Ra and an arm upraised in the east. In essence, we have the potential co-rotating for counter-rotating waterways. The text enforced a specific direction by constantly advising the deceased to turn over from his left to his right. Left to right movement parallels west to east. West to east movement in a clockwise direction. The deceased begins to enter the Nawat at the gap, where reconnection occurs at the cusp. The magnetic bubbles are islands in FTE form. This shows that at times there are higher energy protons in the cusp that may represent what the Egyptians refer to as the sun god or strong sunlight, PT 523. So, I skipped the third, the fourth. She says something about NASA in the third. The fourth, higher energy, terrible power. The importance to finding the ferry boat is stressed in the text. So in the text is stressed that you must find the ferry boat there. What does that really mean on the cellular level? We'll get there. So the importance of finding the ferry boat is stressed in the text. Along with this, the deceased must greet Ra in his sun and not be driven off by the Lord of Terror. Terror, greatly majestic, CT 105. You must meet Ra in the sun and not be driven off by the Lord of Terror, greatly majestic. This is from the Coffin Text 105. So they recognize there's energy that we can see against us in this. The Lord of Terror. What did I just tell you? It's probably 2 hours ago about coming in, not understanding, and fearful. You now, through your fear, has called the Lord of Terror. All these things they're going to show you is you. A fire is bound in Ra, which is bright against the deceased, who must join the fire. A possible representation of high energy enhancement in plasma of charged particles of the Department of Aerospace Engineering Science at the University of Colorado note that there are two main sources of energetic particles: galactic cosmic rays from a supernova. I said galactic cosmic rays from a supernova, explosions, and solar energetic particles, SEP, relative to controlled mass ejections, CME. Solar UV radiation ionizes these neutrals and accelerates them to Earth, where the ACR becomes trapped in a third Van Allen belt. So, there are a variety of high energy particles in the Earth's magnetosphere. However, Li mentioned that the solar wind also contains a hot halo and even hotter super halo population of electrons that varies with solar wind activity. Li said that this is an electron super halo population did not have sufficient phase space density to supply the radiation belt with electrons. So perhaps the sun god's fire represents the super halo of electrons that avoid Van Allen belts. All right. If the deceased represents low energy, the deceased represents low energy electrons. Quasi-trapping. We could say that being quasi-trapped in a hot Van Allen belt might be a good approximation of hell, envisioned by various religions. Yes, but more precisely, it's a place where you're stuck, i.e. Davy Jones' locker. Captain Sparrow was in the Van Allen belt. That's the locker. They came and rescued him from the Van Allen belt. They went upside down to get back in their world with a green flash at the sun. That's a representative of Osiris getting on. That was supposed to be when that green flash happened, the sun picking up Osiris. They keep fucking with you. That's how I know these Hollywood niggas know it, because he ran all of this information played out in that fucking movie. They have our shit. That's what their smug fucking attitudes is about. But I'm going to drop on this tape. I don't give a fuck if it's fucking 24 hours. What they are, how it applies to this, and how they ain't going no fucking where. We are geniuses when we made them. We cut them off for that which is real to learn a fucking valuable lesson about what this is. They are designed for us to hate this, because that pushes us to move out of this, not come back, and let them have it. Let them grab all the pussies. They can't fuck around with the pussy in the cuff. Cuss. So the Van Allen belt is why the deceased hate storms. CT 1199. The Egyptian says the deceased hates storms. She's telling you the storm is the Van Allen belt, based upon particles and blah, blah, blah. And worries about not finding a ferry boat. Boom. That funerary text resounds with the advice that the deceased to avoid storms. During the substorm, the magnetosphere is shocked by the solar wind, which may temporarily stop the entry of ambient cosmic rays, particles at the cusp. So that fucks up the stairway, these storms. IS 107, deceased receives warrant, power, protection from Orion. The Dewat grasps the deceased at the place where Orion is the birth of Orion will be prevented if the deceased does not access the sun god. Listen again. Deceased receives warrant, power, protection from Orion. You hear that? Orion's daddy's home. He's got you. The Duat grasp the deceased at the place where Orion is. Cusp, baby, the cusp. It's the birth of Orion. We're talking about you. You become Orion. You become Osiris. You are that, baby. He will be prevented if the deceased does not access the sun god. You can't do it unless you access the sun god. You got to be there. This is the math. This is the science. 6 cosmic rays of Orion. Protons are the most abundant components of high energy and cosmic particles. Mind you, y'all get this book to read it yourself to get more. If something's missing, I try to highlight where I can walk through it and get it. Looking at the constellation Orion closely, we discover that Betelgeuse, who is a red supergiant on the right shoulder of Orion. God damn. Listen. It is an ancient star approaching the end of its life cycle. So they said that Betelgeuse started losing light in 2019. They started reporting it when I searched it online. We noticed it then 2019. But here, a book that was created in 2004, she's acknowledging Betelgeuse. Why is she saying that? God damn it. I'm telling you, that's the key. This light from Orion came here, nigga. What are y'all doing? Nigga, if you don't have the mental capacity, if you don't have the fucking spiritual energy to recognize that power that came here, because you thinking like you're gonna vote Democrat, you're missing out. This is it. This is all about light. Light has come to you. Come on now. Or Orion, if we look at the constellation Orion closely, we discover that Betelgeuse, a red supergiant on the right shoulder of Orion, is an ancient star approaching the end of its life cycle. Recently, the Harvard-Smithsonian Center for Astrophysics in 2000 reported the first direct evidence in Betelgeuse pulsating chromosphere or streams of gas in opposite directions with velocities of 10,000 miles per hour, like a human heart. Betelgeuse, like a human heart, Betelgeuse pulses, expelling gas from its surface out into space in one direction, while a second stream of gas falls into the star. It's sending out a signal, nigga. It's here. It's here, I'm telling you. Could this blow up of gas account for the Egyptian claim of 1/12 spewing out from Orion? So that the Egyptians knew Betelgeuse was spewing this gas and they recognized it. So could this blow off of gas account for the Egyptian claim that 1/12 spewing out from Orion? Is this Orion warrant or authorization for molecular self-assembly at the cusp, the union of the deceased with highly energetic protons and isotopes from cosmic rays? They're telling you cosmic rays are intricate in the process, meaning Betelgeuse expelling its light is the cosmic rays that came here, nigga, from Orion to give you that ancient lambada phase bacteria that transforms, dominates, and transforms your DNA at the cusp as you travel the waterways in the sunboat to become the new god. Betelgeuse, Betelgeuse, do you get it? They made a whole, why did they make a whole movie with that? You got to think, when he had a prison suit on, they know the energy is locked down. They spelled his name like they spelled the star, Betelgeuse, but it's pronounced Betelgeuse. Betelgeuse is about, they told you in the fucking movie, they said, yo, we trying to exercise something, so we're going to get Betelgeuse. Said, don't get Betelgeuse, he'll exercise all the day. They took, it was, this lady was the Juno, the wife of Zeus, which is the demiurge. And they show people in a factory in the movie Beetlejuice dying and coming in and out, in and out. When she asked the questions, these people, these ghosts was able to live in the attic. That was representing the astral world. And these new people moving in, that represented Earth. They couldn't go outside. That represented that magnetosphere or the desert, which is considered the fourth dimension. I believe this process is the fifth dimension, the boat. That's it could be. Let's not even go there. So let's keep going. The union of deceased, the highly energetic protons and isotopes from cosmic rays. Cosmic ray acceleration to Earth by protostellar winds in the Orion molecular complex is theoretically possible. IP 195. The text states, I bring him the breezes of the north wind, CT 46, and I am among the imperishable stars. Who are you? TR 149. That's Beetlejuice talking to you. Who are you? You have to be able to say to that energy, and you say it with who you are. I am God. I am Osiris. Don't play with me, nigga. You get an Osirian situation on the table, and you don't want me on your plate. Beetlejuice, you may pass, nigga. Here I am, because I only commune with the gods. You calling yourself a god, but you are acting human, nigga. And you can't experience these things. These things are reserved for that which is in you. And if you can't radiate it and you don't know what it is to receive, then you won't. So listen what Beetlejuice says, the consciousness of Beetlejuice. I bring him the breeze of the north wind. They're talking about cosmic rays, what she call it? Cosmic ray acceleration to Earth. She said, this cosmic ray is Orion's warrant and authorization for molecular self-assembly at the cusp. We know that. The union of the deceased with highly energetic protons and isotopes from a cosmic ray. Cosmic ray acceleration to Earth by protostellar winds. So there's a protostellar wind that brings cosmic rays to us. Beetlejuice is here. You need to stop believing that all of this shit is everywhere and there's a big universe to travel to. That's a hologram. You live in an observatory. You ever been to an observatory? What is that? So you've seen back and it's a dome over a flat surface, and then they show you the universe. And in that observatory, you don't know where the fuck you are. You think you are clearly outside looking in the stars. What if It's the same thing. What if the magnetic core is putting on this light show? This light show that reflects as above, so below. They had to do it. So all of these things we see and all of these happenings are happening on the inside. Things are being released in your DNA. So it's really not going anywhere. On the outside, what you have is cosmic ray acceleration, because we need something to make it look like it's happening. So when it's happening in you, the illusion shows you there. When you're losing light in Beetlejuice, it's because we're absorbing and using old light in our DNA. We're preparing ourselves, all of us, to go. This whole dream is about to be over. This whole dream is about to be over. Beetlejuice is that light that was taken away so you could be in this matrix. One of them. Now it's back. So cosmic acceleration to Earth by protostellar winds in the Orion molecular complex is theoretically possible. The text states, I bring him breezes of the north wind. CT 46. I am among imperishable stars. Who are you? TR 149. All right. I find Orion standing in my path with a staff of rank in his hand. I accept it from him, and I will be a god by means of it. CR 469. Also, the deceased makes summons to Orion that he should come to me. 469. In addition, the deceased asks Solstice, Sirius, to make my path ready, set up a stairway to a great plan. If you are here, my mother, and who is at the place where Orion issues, CT 470. He was the god of authorized utterance, suggesting justification of the deceased's rank, path, and stay away from Orion. So he was the god of authoritative utterance, suggesting justification for the deceased's rank. Meaning, you have to be conscious, son of a bitch. There's entities to test that DNA, Thun. Call Hugh. And he wants justification for the deceased rank, path, and stay away from Orion. You better have it right. You better understand. Your rank is in your excitement for this new world. Your rank is in your ability to leave this world behind. And I shared just a taste of pain that I went through. I am guaranteed to leave this behind. I don't want to do this ever again. I'm sorry, Bobby, but whoever asks, the answer is fucking no. You understand what I'm saying? I learned a lot, and that's the point. Because to teach, you have to study. So that's what's always good. And there's more to I can add more to my landscape. There's people who will get out, who study, who have the will, who's pure of heart. Yes, people, Panic, I've been fucking with you for years. I never reached out. I just want to say thank you. They didn't become or try to become extra friendly, but they acknowledge that they hear the message. They will get out, and they have an option now, their God, to come to realms they're familiar with and set up shop. You can come to our house. You know the rules of our house because you heard me give them to you all these years in lecturing, how we study, what we do. So if it resonates with you, and it would if you're listening to me all these years and saying, I'm doing this and that, you can come. You will learn more on a different level. Ultimately, to set up your own shop. It's all a process of really becoming a star and becoming the master of consciousness. So if you create a planet, let's say like Earth, with two suns in balance, as an aspect of your mind, the things you create will live in harmony because you are that light, that sun that has the experience of going through many lifetimes to understand, as you evaluate me as Panic, the flaws, the understanding of ego. So what I create in the sunshine in my world is that knowing and creating beings that don't have to go through. This is an abandoned world, or I heard a very young son, or suffering because there's just one son. Now you heard all the stories about how bad the sun is and how young it is, and how it's really dictating certain ridiculous behavior as well. Moon too. There's whole lectures we can do about the moon. There's books, Who Built the Moon. So I've heard people say it's just a satellite that was built, and it's actually working to keep us down here, which makes us lunatics. That's where you get the Luna at night. So there's a lot of shit going on. But let's stick to what we're doing here, the cusp. All right. Also, they reasoned that the galactic wind, similar to the solar wind, can alter trajectories significantly. Proposed high energy particles from Virgo near Orion was distributed on Earth by a galactic wind. They're telling you these, Venus in this case, has these galactic winds that bring the energy to Earth. So if you think for a fucking moment Beetlejuice didn't come to Earth, now you need to fucking listen. Now you need to reevaluate. You think, oh, Beetlejuice happened, and they talking about, no, nigga, that shit was significant. I feel it, baby. And I think so much of it created a staircase that many niggas caught. And some of the brothers made the transition. Kalindi caught that staircase. You need to know that. Although astrophysicists are still investigating the exact source of UHECRs, let's see if she breaks that, ultra high energy cosmic rays, UHECRs, one effect is evident. Iron ejected with energies 10/20 eV, energetic, will reach the Earth after some diffusion through the galactic and halo magnetic fields. Iron nuclei are present at the cusp. These nuclei may alter the magnetic orientation of atoms in the null magnetic field, skewing them from their normal randomness in an energization or bonding process with the incoming solar energy and the electrons present. In iron metal, there is an interaction that can cause all magnetic moments to snap into the same direction. Electrons, protons, and magnetic moments are involved in metal binding, and the orientation of electron spin affects binding energy of metal. The deceased states, I am a servitor of Ra, who receives his iron. CT 1099, suggesting metallic binding. It is also interesting that the deceased claims he is one of the lords of the gods' domain and desires a seat in the gods' domain in the presence of the lords of the West. TR81B. The use of the word domain may refer to the region, uniform, magnetization of the modern physicists define it also. The funerary texts repeat the deceased should move himself from left side to the right side, including left to right 180-degree orientation. That suggests a parity change for aligned magnetization. PT 412, 482, 487, CT1, 219, 327, TR68. That's all the books that deal with that. IS 108, deceased receives and runs with north winds, bringing I to the deceased. Deceased becomes the wind. All right, the 8 power. The deceased desires power over the winds of heaven, as if this privilege would save him from being netted by the Van Allen belt. Power over the winds could relate not only to the solar wind and its interaction with the Earth's geometric field, but also to interstellar, protostellar, and galactic cosmic winds. It's telling you you must master, in this case, Betelgeuse is what's happening now, those protostellar, interstellar, and galactic, which this is, galactic cosmic winds. Betelgeuse is here. It's now. It's from Orion. They just told you it's a heartbeat. The heart of Orion was given to you. Nigga, you going home. The heart is the gateway, baby. This is Orion's gateway, baby. It's time, baby. It's happening to you, baby. Let's go. Get it, baby. Let's get it. What's wrong with you niggas? Y'all need to get this shit under control, baby. Let's go now. Hotep, beloved. All right, beloved, let's get it. Come on now. This suggests the south wind is pushing the deceased to the polar north, where he runs with the north wind, where he grasps Orion, CT 280, or meets the sun god and crew, a composite of high energy solar and accelerated cosmic ray particles surrounded by a super halo of elements. The winds are favorable to the deceased, and the north wind is the sweet breath of life, CT 163. Fair is the north wind, which goes forth from Atum to your nostrils. So a supernova is Atum. Betelgeuse is now in the role of Atum. A supernova is Atum's ejaculation, or Atum's sneeze. You understand? And Betelgeuse made that sneeze. And fair is the north wind. That sneeze of Betelgeuse created this north wind, which goes forth. That's how niggas got out. From Atum, that's the sneeze, that's the supernova, to your nostrils. Atum is a supernova. And she's going to get down with it. Also, the text, CT 75 to 81, emphasized the importance of becoming Shu, the wind. The wind. So this is about mastering the wind. So they talk about you must become Shu. I told you earlier, you become all the gods. All the gods are you. You have to proclaim God and stop praying to them. And understand you have to become them. They are elements. They are necessary understandings for you to become on the alchemical transformation stage. Ta-da! So, that I am Shu, who draws the air into the presence of the sunshine to the limits of the sky, to the limits of the earth, TR 55. Shu is a member of the Helopian Einhead, the eldest Egyptian deities. Shu meant dryness or emptiness, not a void, but as a space for potential energy. This description of Shu supports the importance of the creative potential of cosmic and or genetic, energetic particles at the polar cusp. Actually, the eyes of Atum sneezing or spitting Shu out can be compared to a supernova explosion. So, actually, the idea of Atum, listen, Atum sneezing or spitting Shu out can be compared to a supernova explosion. So when this explosion and he spits out Shu, he's spitting out wind, cosmic wind that comes to Earth for your black ass, and it goes anywhere needed. Are you fucking kidding? This is our moment. This is the moment they understood. This is the moment they fear, and they don't know what you're going to become. When you realize it is what they're fearing. They're going to run back to them caves. That's why they're giving you Donald Trump. It's over, and they're showing you it's over. They have nothing. They can't come back. They can't come back from this. He destroyed them around America, the world. No one respects this dump. It was already borderline, but at least they were faking morality. So now what they did was took away the veil of fake morality and exposed who and what they are and what they do and how they do it for real. And that's the embarrassment to Democrats. The Republicans are embarrassed, but in the end, he's getting it done. He's getting it done. He's giving out those smallpox blankets. For us, it's a wonderful time because this shit is falling. It's hard to take because you don't know what's next, but we'll see. Either way, don't be scared, nigga. Don't be scared. Hey, baby. Don't be scared. So, actually, the idea of Atum sneezing out, spitting out Shu can be compared to a supernova explosion. Beetlejuice is here, bitches. Along with this is the Theban recension, TR-99. This is later day Egyptian books. The wind talks. Tell me my name, says the wind. Since you are carried thereby. So when it's saying, tell me my name, you have to say, Shu. I am Shu. That's the code. You understand that you are becoming the wind now. You're not just riding the wind, you're becoming these things. So this is the next step to start transformation. Step one. So you must get in that cosmic wind. At the cusp, baby, at the cusp. Let's go. Since you are carried thereby, the deceased responds. North wind, which went from Atum to the nose of the foremost of the Westerners, is your name. This is badass. You tell Shu, North wind, which went from Atum. So we know Atum is the supernova. The north wind that carries you through the west is a supernova energy. And you got one from Orion. Don't be fucking stupid. Beetlejuice, nigga. It's the north wind that carries you. He spits out Shu. When you get to the cusp and your dick is in your hand, the wind talks. Tell me my name, says the wind. Since you are carried thereby, the deceased responds, North wind, which went forth from Atum, Beetlejuice, to the nose of the foremost of the Westerners is your name. Booyah. The foremost of the Westerners is Osiris, or the deceased. who states, I am the soul of Shu, which is the flame of the fiery blast Atum kindled, CT 77. I am the soul of Shu, the God invisible of shape, the wind, CT 75. Eventually, the polar cusk is a unique, wait a second, I wrote a note. Don't, right. Don't go to the light. Go west. Oh, I talked about that, not going to the light, going to the darkness. KL shit, so we good on that note. The foremost of Westerners, Osiris, or the deceased, who states, I am the soul of got that. Evidently, the polar cups is a unique location where the deceased must travel from west to east, avoiding storms and acceleration into Van Allen belt. The Van Allen belts, because there's three, while merging with the terrifying sun god, an enriched composite of elements from the solar wind and cosmic rays. In this way, the deceased might be able to control the winds of eternity, so he can become the soul of Shu, which is in the flame of fiery blast, which Atum kindled with his own hand, CT 77. And this way, his vision is clear in the house of darkness, which is set in the interest of the sky, without seeing a storm, TR 169. Come on. Opening of the mouth. You're going through it, baby. Why is this the deceased and his double cross over to a black hole? Why the deceased and his double cross over to a black hole? Deceased king's jaws fasten. Geb, earth opens jaws. Mouth, so the king becomes Osiris. So they keep talking about the opening of the mouth, the opening of the jaws, so the king becomes Osiris. We heard that. Now let's get it. Split iron mouth. IS-09. Split iron mouth. King into sunbark. And iron doors open. Strong iron on the king's mouth. All right. In an attempt to understand the Egyptian meta symbols, we have proposed that the Earth's magnetosphere is an authentic model for the Duat. One can compare the sun and Earth's magnetic field lines to reed floats. The deceased ferries from the western to eastern horizon. The activity of the deceased traveling through the Duat on reed floats suggests that the dynamics of drifting on an open magnetic field into the sun's interplanetary magnetic field, into the sun's interplanetary magnetic field. The pyramid texts state that the reed floats of the sky are set in a place for Ra, and the deceased, PT 265, 266, 473, 481, who hopes to ascend on the reed floats as Osiris did, PT 303. Chapter 161 of the Theban Recession centers on breaking and opening in the sky. Although most of the text is unintelligible, the rubric is intact. It describes 4 openings in the sky, emphasizing its secrecy that is truly a secret, which no one of the people should know. The openings are in the north, south, east, and west. Now, in 21st century space physics, this matches up nicely with the reconnection sites of Dungaree and other physicians have targeted in the magnetosphere. So it may be possible that the Egyptian opening of the mouth ceremony describes the process of magnetic reconnection, or what the Egyptians refer to as crossing over, CT 214, 255. The Egyptian term for the ritual are upt-r and umt-r, UPT-R and UNR, both which translate to opening of the mouth. The verb UPI connotes an opening that the entails splitting, dividing, or separating, and can indicate the separating of two combatants or a determined truth. Pyramid text of Unas also mentions the ceremony. Inscribed on the north wall of Unas burial chamber is an offering ritual which two blades of meteoric iron are set to open the mouth. One blade is described as Lower Egyptian and the other as Upper Egyptian. All right, so Lower Egypt, blade of iron, Earth's magnetic field line. Upper Egypt, blade of iron, the sun's magnetic field line. Okay, the coffin text referenced Geb, Earth, opening his jaws, the earth opening its mouth, CT4, the firmament dividing, CT98, the west opening, CT109, the gates opening, CT147, the iron broken, CT861, the sky, earth, and horizon opening, CT146. Likewise, the pyramid text referred to Zamin, or cream splitting, opening the mouth, PT 34. The king's jaws dividing, PT 37. The god's iron of Upper Egypt dividing from that of Lower Egypt, PT 38. The sky doors opening, PT 355. The mountain splitting, PT 670. The splitting opening of the mouth by means of the eye of Horus, PT 93. In addition, the words of the ceremony are performed 4 times, as the wind on earth were cut off 4 times, CT 330. As the deceased makes a seat in the mansion of sunrise 4 times, CT 422. As the deceased travels the watery chaos 4 times, CT 55. As Osiris comes 4 times, CT 1120. So the language of the text and the etymology of Egyptian words Uptar and Umar point to magnetic reconnection process of field lines breaking, merging. Decoded, the open of the mouth ceremony is magnetic reconnection. Ooh, yeah. So to get, you read the entire chapter to get a clearer definition of what magnetic reconnection is. She talks more. We're going to get into more of it, but I'm sure if you read through it, you would be a little bit more understanding of. I'm giving you a kind of idea I see in this, but let's keep going. The process of magnetic reconnection, which is initiated by tearing instability, can be compared to the opening of the mouth, as well as gates, barriers, mountains, jaws, sky, iron, and rejoining the riverbanks. All right, so there's a lot of references to this particular thing. Another metaphor to describe this process of reconnection is crossing over. The deceased on the southern side of the winding waterway urges Thoth to put me on the tip of your tongue, tip of your wing on yonder north side of the winding waterway, PT 55, which suggests that the deceased crosses over to the northern side as does, may you cross over, O great bull, to the green fields, to the pure place of Ra, PT 553. Crossing over is referred to as knotting the ropes, all right, which were severed, CT 132, 136. Finding the broken cord, CT 144. Joining the riverbanks, CT 168, 169, 170, 170, 172. The riverbanks will unite, PT 254. And the great waters are joined together for you. All we're talking about is magnetic reconnection, or what the Egyptians call the opening of the mouth ceremony. All right, so again, these activities are very similar to the process of magnetic reconnection, and the coronal loop is a visible manifestation of this energy. Transport mechanism. All right, energy, making sure of this energy transport mechanism. Okay. The Ankh. Love that Ankh, don't you? The radiant one. Nothing that it was the goal of, noting, that it was the goal of the deceased not to remain in the Osirian netherworld of the Duat. So it's not recommended, or it's not a place to chill. But travel freely as an Ankh. Travel freely as an Ankh, the radiant one, is what the Ankh is. Golet, Odin Golet Jr., Department of Near Eastern Studies at New York University, also states the word Ankh denotes that which transforms one into a Ankh. So you're supposed to transform into the radiant one, the Ankh. Oh, baby, it's a whole different thing here. And although Ankhet is translated as horizon, the better translation is light land or bright place. A coronal loop looks like an Egyptian Ankh. Interplanetary coronal mass ejections, IMCs. So they're saying this coronal loop on the sun is an Ankh. And you got the corona. Here we go. The coronal loop looks like an Egyptian Ankh. Interplanetary coronal mass injections are expanding loops of bubble of high density plasma that have large, slowly rotating magnetic fields and cold iron. These magnetic force-free flux ropes are found in the corona, an interplanetary medium and planetary magnetospores current sheets and the magnetotail current sheets. Formed by magnetic reconnection or velocity shares, these freely traveling solar flux loops reflect the meaning, structure, and dynamics of an Egyptian Ankh. Now we know this is the meaning of life, that vague-ass description of the Ankh. No, they was holding it up because they were trying to tell you about magnetic reconnection. They was trying to tell you about the coronal loop. They was trying to tell you it's a part of the process of becoming the fucking radiant one. It's a part of the process that transforms you, which transforms one into a Ankh. You're supposed to, let's get it. So Ankh is the coronal loop. There's a concept they talk about, cold water. IS-98, the dead king receives a jar of cold water when he meets Ra at the polar region. The dead king gets ferry boat to get cold water at polar quarter. Cold ions exist in ICMEs, in coronal loops, cold ions. And the multiple flux ropes are produced, The dynamics of the coronal loops inside include factors such as cold plasma from the stars, possibly the beams of water flowing from Orion. The cold waters of those who are in the sunshine are thrown open. CT 570. Fear is the north wind, which goes forth from the tomb. Supernova Betelgeuse. to your nostrils. He removes the evil which is on your body by means of the power which is on his mouth. TR 183. The text mentions giving water to a spirit. This is your cold water, CT 64. Emphasizing the importance of cold water, CT 130. It seems logical, for if cold water is a medicinal for plasma of the sun and the stars at the cusp, then it provides the elements H, E, F, E, S, and so on, necessary for the deceased's self-assembly. If this is the case, then there should be a cold stream in the Egyptian causeway or magnetospores. Ludin, see who he is. All right, some university, Ludin and Dublin, 1985, first observed cold plasma at the magnetospores. So this is observed, cold plasma at the magnetospores where you're supposed to meet Ra in the sunboat. Cold plasma. Cold plasma. Then, reported evidence along with Chandler EA, 1999, a polar tide experiment detected a cold plasma population. Cold water, you get that jar of cold water. Let's see. Cold water is in the sky with Kaba, KBH, the son of Ra. CT 344 suggests that if the deceased merges with the sun god, then he will travel the path of cool water. This may signify the cold ion streams in the lobe mantle, HLBL. The cold plasma at the magnetospores is as a possible route through the magnetosphere or Duat. Decoded, cold water equal plasma of sun and stars. Ra's cold water is a cold ion stream in the magnetospores, HLBL and LLBL, the lower and upper. All right. Earth's magnetospores, the winding waterway, would play a major role in determining the cool pathway of the deceased through the Duat. In addition, the path outlined by the Egyptian directions mirrors actual pathways and out of the Earth's magnetosphere related to magnetic reconnection and cold plasma entry. So objective 1 is complete, she writes. So there's a lot to go through. Based on the idea that the Earth's magnetosphere is the Duat, modern scientists observe support in the existence of magnetosphere structures that mirror those described in the Egyptian text related to the pharaoh's path to the stars. So far, and there's more, she laid out the objective of comparing the magnetosphere and the structure and the energetic things that all these astrophysicists and space physicists know, observed, and co-signed with. She compared it all to the funerary text, as you see, and it adds up. So far we know where to travel, where to go in the death experience. Even though there's a lot of technical shit, you'll know it because it's symbolic, and that's how we work. So you'll see this as a stair. You just see a staircase. You know which way to go. You know the pole stars to follow and the dippers. And then you make that move. Then the process will happen. It's just the same way you were born. You don't know how you made your liver. You don't know how you made your heart. And you're not even thinking about that. Death is the same experience. You will be conscious, and birth is probably experience. Well, you know you're conscious in the womb. You just don't remember. So this is another birth. The being reborn, self-assembled. You will recognize this to be the dream that it was. The holographic matrix. This is a reflection of the real world, created by something that wasn't ready. You will realize humanity is nothing but bacteria. She breaks it down. The ego is bacteria, and you're trapped in the consciousness of bacteria so it can learn from you. That's why it trapped you. It's bacteria. And bacteria with no soul is Donald Trump. So with a soul, you become this conflict, this duality, this humanity trying to act sanely with savage thoughts. Niggas step on your shoe, niggas cut you in line, you ready to fucking murder them. The murder happened in your head. But then you realize you can go to jail. You just let it slide and maybe argue. That's it. Because you were tamed and trained to restrain. And that comes from your spirit. So your spirit trapped in here is what's keeping you balanced. The white people without what we got is why they act, even the nicest white person, you gotta handle with white gloves. You know what I'm saying? Poor white trash is getting it, but you know, we ain't got time. All right, let's keep going because we got still a lot. The black hole or Dewat? Let's talk about that. The black hole Dewat. All right, so it's interesting. I got some Kit Kat. And got some Kit Kat. It's so good. Kit Kat. Kit Kat. It is interesting that the text advised the deceased that no one has power over his soul. Let me say it again. It is interesting that the text advised the deceased that no one has power over his soul. No one takes away his heart, and no one causes him to go down the great void. But those who have committed blasphemy, CT 45, is telling you right there, Allah can't save you. Jah can't save you. Buddha can't save you. Baphomet can't save you. Baphomet can't save you. None of you can save you but you. You in one of these religions, you praying to goddamn Noble Jew Ali and all of these guys. Listen to what the Camite niggas say that you love so much. It's interesting that the text advised the deceased that no one has power over his soul. No one takes away his heart. No one causes him to go down the great void of those who have committed blasphemy. So what they're saying is, if you fuck up, it's on you. No one has power over your destiny here. You're not going to see Allah. He's not running this. He doesn't exist. Allah's not up there, nigga. Jah is not up there, nigga. Jehovah. I don't know any other new names that you love to say. Yahweh. Not up there, nigga. It's just not so. Those things are for the masses of childish people to organize them, and those things organize you. Those religions organize you for a human effect. There's not nothing to free you. Even that Orisha shit, Oshun ain't up there, nigga. Right now, I'm telling you what Shu really is. Fucking the wind or cosmic wind. That's what Shu is. So what the fuck do you do or praying to her? What do you think you're doing? It's just, can't you see? Orishas is nothing but an energy, not people. Oshun is mad at me. Oshun allowed me to comb her hair. You sound fucking stupid because you're built. I'm sure all of that happened because your mind is in control. And what you're doing is creating a way to not be responsible. The deceased that the text advised the deceased that no one has power over your soul. This is on you, nigga. Listen. This suggests that the consciousness of the deceased experiences some free will in the afterlife. His decision to bond or not to bond with the sun god, for after this merger, reaction, diffusion, kinetics inevitably takes charge as the deceased sun god and his crew move into the duat. Since Egyptian drawings, textual references, and scholarly descriptions support the Earth's magnetosphere as the duat location, we can now take a fresh look at the dark vortexes. So it's telling you your choice. Your choice. You be conscious and can go or you can't. And they talk like this because there was no other way. And they talk where it's a mystery because it wasn't a mystery to them. If we don't have the key, then none of this shit matters. This is the key. You're getting it now. That's why this shit gonna be fucking a long ass tape, nigga. A long ass tape. All right. Okay. I wrote some notes. All right, talk to you about my aunt. My father, after I got KL through, my father passed. I got you, nigga. But he said no, he's staying and he's making a house here. What? And I feel he didn't leave. Now, my grandmother came after the merger with my step-grandfather. Her and my aunt, Akala Akbu, came. We were in my old house in Queensbridge and it was dirty. And my grandmother started telling me, we need to make a house for your mom. So I was fixing the house under my grandmother and aunt's supervision. So I knew my mother was coming home. Sure enough, she made the transition. But then I also knew I had to get her here in this home. She had to be with me. She had to see that. And that's what my grandmother was telling me. So I got those ashes, got my picture blown up. We eat. Oh, and here was the moral of that story with B.O.B. B.O.B. came to the house during class and he was chilling, and then he paused. He went right to the cabinet with my mother's ashes in the urn. Didn't know what it was. He said, I feel like I need to pour some liquor right here. Okay. Boom. I said, yo, that's right in front of my mom's. Then this picture was upstairs before I hung it. He said, who's that? He said, yo, it's really, really talking to me. So the more I hung with B.O.B., the more I started to see how much he was like my mother. Not feminine, but the same presence. And really, I would get scared. You know what I'm saying? Because my mother went crazy. And I remember that. And she was that nice person, just like B.O.B. So spiritually, I knew my mom's got me with B.O.B. because B.O.B. got me doing music again for a release. I've never felt more relax. My mind has never felt more relieved. The biggest thing about music, when you make it, your mind doesn't stop. Every song you hear, you start thinking of, you start hearing sounds and they're stuck in your head. And if you have no expression, nothing to make it on, you're fucked. So when I stopped, I got it all. I didn't think I got up. Then B.O.B. started this shit again. And I was nervous. I was very nervous about having these thoughts again. But the nigga showed me all the new shit, all the Pro Tools. I got Pro Tools and learned it. He came over and just kept giving me lessons. Real nigga. And I've seen this shit. I've seen this shit in the game. Let me tell you. I've seen this shit in the game. It's a part of the game. Some nigga have some sounds, some 808s, and you always got some nigga begging for it. And that nigga is not giving up his sounds. He's telling you he is, but he's never doing it. That's the key. Like, for instance, one day we was in Green Street Studios. Hank Shockley came in. Public Enemy was doing the session. You know, that was my group song. We excited. Hank Shockley came and met us. We was doing the James. And he said, I got an 808 for you. He gave us an 808 from Public Enemy. Big deal, because their 808s was killing it. And, you know, that's like a big gift. And so as I'm with B.O.B., he has a full-blown studio, a live studio in his basement, 2 booths. You know, he's got the real deal. So we did most of the album at his house, but he doesn't bring anybody to his house. Him and I became friends, not just business associates at this moment. So I was there. We did it there. You know, what he wanted to do was a 90s throwback album, just another Infinity Ring. We kind of knew it wouldn't take over, but we kind of thought New York would appreciate it. There was things we could have did, but didn't matter. We did 4 videos. I'm in 3 of them. It was success. We hit past the 1 million mark, but you know, it's a different time. But it was a 90s perfection. We got Grandmaster Caz, flew him in, treated him like royalty. He laid 2 songs for us, and they were masterful. B.O.B. got to rap with Grandmaster Caz, and he hung with him, and Grandmaster Caz acknowledged that. That, to me, is one of the greatest moments in my existence. I was honored to pay Grandmaster Caz for his work. It was a libation to pay Grandmaster Caz. That libation was so I can build this studio correctly with the spirit behind it. There's ways to do it, but to feed this particular icon anything is luck, more than luck, more than opportunity. To work with him, I was high, and Grandmaster Caz was sitting there writing lyrics. Grandmaster Caz is the founding member of the Cold Crush Brothers, and if you don't know, read about him. Nigga get an award every fucking day. And this is because he is one of the inventors of rap. Not just a good dude, listen, an inventor. He was one of the ones that could grab the mic and say rhymes that was so advanced, people haven't caught up to him today. So he has a book, what he signed it, gave it to B.O.B. I'm looking at him, nigga, I'm not a flunky. Give me a fucking book, nigga. In fact, I should have brought you my book. You laughing. Caz is unmovable. My Cold Crush story, one of the members, Almighty KG, he's a Cold Crush brother. In the 80s, was to hang out Latin Quarters. Was to hang with a bodyguard. And me being so short, what the bodyguards would tell me to do is go punch a nigga in the face. When the fight breaks out, we're gonna hem this nigga up, beat this nigga up, and throw him out. You know, stupid shit. So Almighty KG, which I didn't know who he was at the time. Yo, young blood, what you doing? Snapping James? Nah. Dude did this and he tried to attack me. So I beat his ass. King's son did the same thing. Yo, young blood, why you fighting? When he tried to attack me, he said, oh, I thought you was trying to snatch a chain. Never that. You know what I'm saying? King's son stopped, talking. Professor X, X-Clan, just sitting there talking, nose started bleeding. Yo, young blood, you know what I'm saying? You want to slow down. What you doing, you know what I'm saying? I said, nah. I had a cold. The word was born. That's when I was experimenting with cocaine. Professor X came and told me to stop the madness, and I did. So then afterwards, Almighty KG just became like this OG cool dude. We would be in the back of the Latin quarters. I mad juice because I would do the security and did that, my man Mark and beat asses. We in the back of the club, chilling, talking. For now this is going for months. I think he's just a cool OG dude. And he said, yo, I did a record. I said, you do rap? I'm thinking it's gonna be some old shit. He said, yeah, I'm performing tonight. Okay. So Paradise, who was a promoter, him and Lumumba Professor X, Paradise is one of the dudes in the X-Clan. He's still around, Paradise Gray. He introduced the Almighty KG from the Cold Crush Brothers. And it was this dude. I said, yo, Cold Crush is more than magical and magnificent. These are the Almighty, and I knew this nigga. Woo, that was a big deal for me. Got you the Almighty KG? Oh shit, nigga. Yeah, nigga. Almighty KG was a real cool nigga then. For years, I would run into him at, on the scene at club event. Yo, KG, what's up? Yo, what's up, little nigga? I loved Almighty. He always had two chicks with him. The Almighty KG. So when I met Cass, I told him the Almighty KG story. That nigga had no movement. I'm like, damn, you know what I'm saying? I got to impress Cass. Cass said he was more impressed how B.O.B., who got there first, talked about me. He said, yo, man, this guy really respects you and he really looks up to you. I said, yo, that's my brother, man, immediate brother. I said, I have that same honor and respect for him. And we did the song. To see Grandmaster Caz write is one of the rap things you live for. I literally started blanking out when he started writing. I was watching him in the zone. I could see spirits above that nigga's head. And I could see his hand being taken over by spirits. And then when you read his book, the handwriting is fucking immaculate, but it's all different. Every rhyme he writes in a mood is fucking insane. It's a book of his rhymes, and the handwriting is not even similar. It's crazy. And he's like, yo, that's just how it comes out. Yo, when I told you some of these masters come here, Grandmaster Caz is a fucking master. A fucking master. Kumo D, Melly Mel are fucking masters. They are a priesthood and they have an area just like comedians. Rap, if you talk all the old rappers, they all on Facebook, they stick together. Busy Bee, Shy Rock, all of the motherfuckers. They a priesthood. They came, started rap, and they called out who wasn't in the group of priesthood. Grandmaster Caz, he said, I don't think it's that bad, so I'm not blowing him. He said, rap started going downhill with Run DMC. To me, as a kid, Run DMC are more than gods. But when you look at it in the context of what they were doing and what they were doing as purists, inventors, Run DMC was the first successful ones to take that message and transform it a little bit lighter. It's like that. Sucker MCs where I could see that from his perspective. So these are purists. These are masters that come back to give you ideas of what's happening on the other side, nigga. Y'all trying to bring back rap. Why don't you go where the shit is created? You can make all of this shit that you've been mimicking. You can recreate it. You have it, the memory in you. I have the memory of the feeling of walking in Latin Quarters, and it's, you know, it's a moment. It's a ship. It's a family. You can have that again, but you can't do it here. We're in time. So time is a factor. Outside of time, you can rebuild all of this. You need to go where this shit is from. What you're doing is trying to pull it down in this goddamn prison. And it works, but you see what it turns into. The nature of this shit is corrupt and transformation. It's an illusionary world. It's not real. Not real. Not real. So you can't bring this reality down here. You get a reality check when Mohandas D, Kumo D, comes down and gives you something that sets up a motherfucking system that people are eating off of today that have no fucking concept at the masters who are still living that invented the shit. They have single-handedly saved Black people. All rap shit, all things we do now is based upon our rap existence. You see TV shows, Girlfriends, all of that, Moesha, music, rap is something that connects. Hip hop, Fredro Starr is on. Fucking Urkel, Eddie, Theo had a breakdance contest in his living room where the dude did the wave on the floor. You heard? Everything is rap. Fred and Barney had a Run DMC outfit on selling Fruity Pebbles or whatever, yeah, Fruity Pebbles, whatever the fuck they say. Cocoa Pebbles. They were selling that shit with Run DMC shit on. Rap is everything. And the gods who created this here in this sad fucking day that they can't be acknowledged by these little niggas. And that's what I did with B.O.B. I made him fucking acknowledge all this shit. I told him and explained to him who everybody was, and he retained and remembered. Big Daddy Kane, Rakim, the context, the Cold Crush, Kumo D versus Busy B, Busy fucking B. I told him, showed him. He got to give me back my copy of fucking Wild Style too. I'm gonna ask that nigga. I forgot. He been sitting on my shit for a while. And that's the 25th year edition I got. Wild Style. They said they have showings of the movie Wild Style in Europe once a year, just like the Rocky Horror Picture Show. It's iconic. They are icons in Europe. I asked one of Kaz about one of his rivals from the Romantic Fantastic Five, the Gods. One named Whipper Whip. Whipper Whip. I said, yo, where's Whipper Whip? Let's get him. He said, now Whipper Whip is doing tours all over Europe. I don't know where the fuck he is. I said, okay. Okay. They working. Kaz is working. But they not getting awards and acknowledgement from the whole cycle. See, you do that, y'all make rap where it's being controlled. If little kids are running it, that's why it's being controlled by businessmen, and it's in a sorry state that it's in. Jazzo, shout out to my man Jazzo. I had a long conversation with Jazzo. He's another one who's a genius. You ever hear Jazzo do that fast rap? He's the best. He's the best. I forgot how good he was. He did a record with Twister, one of the niggas from Bone Thugs, and I think it was Busta. And they got him So Jazzo was last. Khadijah was banging this shit. She was like, yo, check this shit out. I'm like, yo, these are all the fast rappers. And then I'm like, Jazzo, because I know Jazz is my man. He's eye opener. Let me get that straight. Jazzo is also eye opener. So I know Jazzo from Iowa. He don't know me from any music. Because by the time I got there, it was over. We just conscious. And I love him. He's a funny guy, man. You know what I'm saying? He's one of the most mellow guys. So I was happy to talk to Jazz. And we just caught up. And I caught him up with everything. I tell him now, we remember how when Bobby would walk in the lecture room, you know, all the focus would be on Bobby, just looking at everything he does. And I told them that phenomenon now happens to me. And so as all the jokes that we used to do and laugh about, that we observed about Bobby, I was trying to tell him, yo, when this shit is happening to me, it's funny as fuck. So we got some laughs, and he told me the current state of rap and what's really happening. It is terrible. It's really a war on sampling, which was a war on the essence of our music. So these young kids is like, why get into this war when I can make a beat that just goes doom, 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 and then you got a song. When we was doing craftsmanship with all this shit in it, that's over. They got ways to track it, ways to get your ass, and ways to stop your song. So Jazzo explained that. And I also shout out to Wild Style. I'm gonna give him a call soon. Wild Style was in a group called Crucial Conflict. Very interesting. When I worked at Universal, yeah, I know, and I know this is long. When I worked at Universal, I'll make it quick. There was a dude with a country hat. He came in, popping his feet, snapping. And Dino, the A&R guy, was laughing. He's telling us how funny this music was. I lived with my sister at the time because I fucked up some money. Had to move in with her on Roosevelt Island. And then I eventually moved back to Queens. I was coming from Jersey. So I was with them, and I was there every moment. He came home, played the shit. My sister went, are you crazy? She said, I don't even like this shit, but these niggas are serious business signing. Dino signs them, it's Crucial Conflict, smoking on hay in the middle of the barn. And they did their thing. He told me their story. So, well, before he told me the story, I remember them. I remember we did Crest. I remember working there, and that was the story of that. So I told that story I just told you at lectures to point out how Dino didn't understand. I was talking about Dino, and that was that. Wild Style, the leader of Crucial Conflict, texts me, hey, Panic, I listen to you all the time, all your shit. I heard the story that you knew our group, and he said, you know, I had no idea. I said, oh, shit, he's conscious. Then text him back. We exchanged numbers. A couple of weeks later, I think I met and gave him a call. What's the deal? Yeah, this, that, the other. He's like, yo, Black, I'm conscious of this and that. Dreams, you tell me all this good shit. I've been doing this, I've been doing that, I've been checking this, I've been checking that. I said, my nigga, you know, first things first, you can talk to me regular. You know what I'm saying? We don't have to talk official. So he just relaxed. He got right to it. Yeah, man. Well, yeah, because you know, people they put their best foot forward all the time when they're talking to me, and I don't really need it. Just I don't take it that serious, especially when I first started going into public, handing out flyers for my shit. I would meet folks, and they would be very stiff around me. Then after a while, they would see I don't really take myself that serious. They look like I'm a question them about their conscience. Would you do that? What's going on? But I don't give a fuck. Or they'll start just dropping random bullshit science. The ace over 5 equal 2, 5 plus 4 minus 7 equal 2. That means you need a lecture on Thursday. I'm like, motherfucker, I ain't ask for your advice. All right, let's go. Let me, I'll talk forever. Shout out to my man Wild Style. I called him a couple times. I gave him some beats to listen to, you know, not to do nothing. He came back with some, and I heard some of his shit's crazy. I didn't know he made all of that shit, which is fire. If you listen to Crucial Conflict's first album, goddamn, You'll see it, you know what I'm saying? That to you should have over to the left. They was doing that bounce shit. He invented it, but when I talked to him, he lives on the same block as Twister. He was like, yeah, man, we do that fast shit. I said, come on, man. That nigga said, I said, oh, God, I wish you lived up here, man. Fucking incredible dude, man. Incredible fucking dude. One of the gods, man. Wild Style, I mean to say, man, I love you. You're a master, dude. All right, we're going to keep going with this to my man Wild Style. Shout out. All right, so the interesting text advises the deceased that no one has power over his soul. No one takes away his heart. No one causes him to go down the great void who have committed blasphemy. Remember that. All right, so since the Egyptians drawing textual references, scholar supports the magnetism. We got that. All right, did we get this? All right. Because the Earth is a magnet and its magnetosphere is a spinning vortex, it would be classified as a pure black hole with two horizons, an inner and outer, inner and an outer. According to the text, after transformation, both the deceased and his double ascent, or are bound for the sky. So you're bound for the sky, PT 684. So the deceased is double. Also, the prince ascends in a great storm from the inner horizon, PT 669. And the foretellers of the great storm go forth from within the inner horizon of the sky, CT 682. The text describes an inner event horizon, which implies an outer horizon in the black hole, or Duat. This suggests two horizons of a pure black hole, a gateway. What is interesting is that the microscopic Earth has three Van Allen belts. I'm sorry, the macroscopic Earth has three Van Allen belts, possibly the equivalent of three proton spheres, whereas the inner belt houses energetic protons and is stable. The outer belt has both electrons and protons and is unstable. The third Van Allen belt trapped anomalous cosmic rays, ACRs, have been pinpointed as a narrow belt within the Van Allen belt. If the Earth is a quantum black hole, we now have another strong rationale that the Egyptian advised to go to the North Pole, for the deceased only encounters one rotating photon sphere instead of two, since the spheres are joined at the North Pole or axis of the pure black hole. Also, the Book of Amduat recounts the journey of the sun god through the circles. Bink, turn the page. Emphasis on the circles and spheres in the Duat relate to the black hole coordinates. Before entering the black Duat, the deceased states, I fly up as a vulture on the great plateau, that I might stand on it, appear as a god, for he who looks at them will never die. CT 205 to 280, and CT 287. The deceased is like a vulture because he has died. The plateau of citizens, CT 226, or limited desert plateau. So the deceased is like a vulture. We know the vulture, Mut. Yeah, Mut. I think it's Mut. Is a symbol of resurrection. You must die as the vulture, they can tell them. All right, the text state, the Great West is he who stretches out my bones and extends my limbs so that I may walk on my feet like Osiris, CT 417. In the same text, the deceased states, I travel around So the limit of the horizon to the place where my double desires to dwell. Other references to those who are in the limits of the horizon, CT 363. And I come to the land at the region of the horizon in company with those who are in the bark, CT 239, suggests that the horizon or surface of a black hole. Another reference states that Newt will lead the deceased and his double in the ways of the horizon, PT 677. Also, the deceased states, my mansion is within the limit of the horizon. I am a tomb, CT 709. I have entered into the horizon, CT 790. The fire is blue at the first portal. And the gods say, it means blackness, CT 336. Suggesting infinite blue shift at a hole, which appears black. Also, gravity around the ring singularity is repulsive, pushing one away, allowing one to theoretically leave the black hole if one approaches it on an equal plane. Thus, in the Book of Two Ways, the text states, no man is able to penetrate the fire. He will be repulsed there. The deceased should pass, who lives who lives on third RT, it looks like, CT 1011. Along with the great face, he who repulses the afflicted, CT 1069. This is the door, circle, the opening of the hole, suggesting the existence of a second hole, possibly a white hole. Okay. I think that has something to do with the vesicle. This double hole, this double thing that they're saying in this escape hole as the fish eye. Possibly. PT 291 states, your honor is removed, O white hole, by him who came forth from the snake. Coming forth from the snake is similar to the sun god's departure from the Duat through a serpent in the Amduat and the Book of Gates. The astrophysics of a white hole is a body that spews out matter, or a black hole running backwards in time. If a black hole connects to a white hole, a wormhole, or a Einstein-Rosen bridge is generated. This serpentine escape, the molecular decease from the black hole, Duat through the white hole, supports that information is not destroyed. She talks about in Great Balls of Fire in her lecture, and I'm sure it's in the book, how when you have this baseball thing and you have this phase lambda, when it meets Goliath, it's a David and Goliath thing, set in those Horus set thing. Horus is the phase lambda, and Set is this pretty much what makes you human. I forgot how she named it. She said they can meet and somehow create a Einstein-Rosen bridge, because she said one spins one way, one spins the other way. So when they hit, one creates a funnel going down and one creates a volcano going up. When they meet, it creates an Einstein-Rosen bridge in the fucking blood, in the DNA. It creates a black hole. You're getting your DNA is getting the fuck out. That's how your DNA gets the fuck out. When you get this phase lambda thing in the process, your DNA creates a black hole. Now, what I'm talking about in this book, once you get to the cusp and you know your direction, this shit takes over. Once you hit that stairway, she's just telling you all the technical shit that happens, but she's already said twice, this is an automatic process. So if you're worried about all of the shit that you have to retain, you don't. Because when I was doing this, I asked Bobby, it's all in the DNA, which means she said it twice already. And it sounds like an automatic process. And it is. You have to figure all that shit. It says all you have to be, remember, in the right place at the right time. We have already went through thoroughly where that right place is. We already went through thoroughly how to get there through exercising and meditation in the will of yourself. We going though. We ain't done. The Egyptian text advised, I'm gonna make a record on this table. We go till the light comes on, the lights go out. The Egyptian text advised that deceased to learn the path of the West. So he will be able to overthrow the ramparts of Shu. Remember, you got to become the wind. PT 509667C, and escape from the Duat and its net with his double. Get it? You got to learn the path to the West. Oh, yeah. The black Duat equals a curved black hole with two horizons in a ring singularity. God damn. You are in a black fucking hole, baby. Is it fucking surprising? The dilemma of the double, IS 101-03. If the double remains, King does not die. The double is protected. He goes to the castle for owners of doubles, and a god of those who have gone to their doubles. Annihilation is the process in which a particle and a related antiparticle disappear. Their energy appears as some virtual force field carry-up particle, which then rapidly produces a new particle, antiparticle pair. The deceased must learn the paths of the West and travel with those ferrying him. This will enable him to pass the mysterious place of execution, CT 45, and escape the fish net floating in the sky that was made for the spirits who have gone to their doubles, C 343, 344. By joining the sun god's ferry boat, the deceased will not perish nor will be annihilated, CT 9. For he states, my double has power. I am installed with Ra, and Ra installs me with the great gods, CT 196. The deceased also claims, I am Osiris, Lord of doubles, CT 227, and that his double is exalted, for I do not die while it remains, CT 251. Again, merging with the sun god may prevent the deceased from entrapment within the Van Allen belt, destruction at a singularity, or a collision with his double. What's a collision with your double? Let's read it again. Annihilation is the process in which a particle and a related antiparticle disappear. Their energy appears as some virtual force field carry-up particle, which then rapidly produces a new particle, your double, an antiparticle pair, your double. The dilemma of the double. The deceased must learn the path of the West and travel with those ferrying him. This will enable him to pass the mysterious place of execution. The escape, the fishnet floating in the sky, that was made for spirits who have gone to their doubles. Particle, antiparticle. You don't go to your doubles. By joining the sun god's ferry boat, the deceased will not perish or be annihilated. For he states, I am the double. For he states, my double has power. I am installed with Ra. Ra installs me with the great gods. The deceased also claims I am Osiris, Lord of the doubles. And then he his double is exalted. For I do not die while it remains. Again, merging with the sun god may prevent the deceased from entrapment in the Van Allen belt, destruction at a singularity, or collision with his double. In quantum field theory, there's an electron with positive energy and an antiparticle with negative energy. A positron collide. They briefly annihilate each other in a burst of energy, creating a photon. Releasing this energy, this produces another particle, antiparticle electron positron pair. From this perspective of a string theorist, the particles are not 0 points, but one-dimensional strings. When these two oscillating loops collide, they annihilate each other and create a new string with a different vibrational pattern. That releases energy, dividing into two strings along the new trajectories. So a virtual particle with negative energy could fall into a black hole and become a real particle or an antiparticle. As Stephen Hawking states, in the case, this is no longer has to annihilate with its partner. Its forsaken partner may fall into the black hole as well. It may be what the text means when it states that Newt will lead the deceased and his double on the ways of the horizon, PT 677. Put simply, the deceased promotes his double in the realm of the dead. CT 255. Going to your double suggests annihilation while entering the black hole. DeWatt with your double, but while entering the black hole, DeWatt with your double suggests a rebirth of matter in the presence of the double. Decoded. Going to your double equals particle annihilation. Presence of your double in the DeWatt, no annihilation. All right, gotta get it now. I know this shit is complex, but this is the death code. And we will know it, it's in the DNA. Don't think you're gonna have to remember it like you study the book. It's in the DNA. When you know it, just from hearing what I'm telling you, I'm activating it. I'm activating this for you. This is going to be in your cosmic memory at your forefront when you die. You're fucking welcome. Pharaohs are telling us what happened when occurred black hole, something modern physicists have been wanting to know for a very long time. So we know what happens in a fucking pure black hole. Booyah. Modern physicists been wanting to know for a long time. They haven't even caught up with that shit. So the opening of the mouth, Ankh symbol, coronal loop of plasma, a tomb sneezed and spitting, supernova explosion, bark of the sun god at the polar region, flux transfer event causing tearing instability to create a gap of entry into the magnetosphere, beginning of magnetic reconnection. That's Barker's cold water, cold iron stream of HLBL and LLBL of the magnetospores. Creating of waters, high energy plasma with self-assembling elements from supernova explosions. So creating of the water, high energy plasma with self-assembling elements from supernova explosions. Let me fucking say that again for the stupidity that showed up today. For the geniuses, the majority that shows up. High energy plasma with self-assembling elements from supernova explosions. So Betelgeuse, Betelgeuse, Betelgeuse sent high energy plasma for self-assembling element. I told you these ancestors got something they needed. We got something we need. This light. It got you wearing masks and not touching. That's because this light, they don't know. They don't know what you're going to become. They just know they got them caves ready. Crossing over, magnetic reconnection, district of waters, ever-shifting magnetopause of waves, domain of God, domain region of uniform magnetization, Duat, netherworld, or great void is the vortex of the magnetosphere, Kerr black hole, fiends trapped in the house of Net, charged particles spiraling, bouncing between mirror points and drifting or dragged in the Van Allen belt. Gap pole in the sky, great polar region, horn, gap or the cusp of the magnetosphere. Going to your double, particle annihilation. Great stairway or ladder, bursty, merging staircase, cusp, signature and sign of impulsive reconnection, and FTE. Horn of the great wild bull, horns of the great wild bull. Earth's two polar cusps, where the sun and cosmic particles enter Earth's magnetosphere. House of Net, fish net, ramparts of Shu, vault, Earth's energy landscapes. Lower Egypt, blade of iron, magnetic field lines of Earth, imperishable stars, Orion, Virgo, Great Bear constellations, iron broken, mountain split, gates opening, broken cords joining, riverbank is broken magnetic fields, undergoing magnetic reconnection, open of the mouth ceremony, breaking the iron or magnetic field lines, reed floats or iron bands, magnetic field lines, path of the west, LLBL and HLBL, the Earth's magnopause, path to eternity in macrocosm, North Pole for high energy merge into the sun god, into the Earth's magnetopause and out to the stars. Power of the wind becoming the star, solar, interstellar, protostellar, galactic cosmic winds, presence of the double, no particle annihilation. So let me read that differently. Power of the winds becoming Shu. Solar, interstellar, protostellar, and galactic cosmic winds. Boom. Presence of the double. No particle annihilation due to black hole dynamics. Ropes of iron. That is flux ropes generated by Earth's iron core. Rose Zetju, place of dragging. Who drags in Ra, magnetic reconnection, frame drag into the black hole. Secret openings in the sky, reconnection at NSWE, so north, south, west, east, points of Earth's magnetosphere, also quadruple activity of Earth, secret openings in the sky, they say. Storms, high geometric activity, energy transfer between sun and Earth, southward IMF. Unwary stars, pole stars, Thuban Polaris, Upper Egypt, blade of iron, magnetic field line of sun, valley and mountains of the Duat, district of water, lakes of the netherworld, energy landscape of the Earth's magnetosphere. White hole, a black hole running backwards in time. Winding waterways, causeways of happiness is the winding magnetospause. So we got our definitions. Let's move on. What is below? Number one, test the unity assumption by matching the major idea strands in the pyramid text in the coffin text. Result, Old Kingdom pyramid and Middle Kingdom coffin text are unified in key themes. So those two texts are very unified, she says. Decode interrelated signs in the text to define a model of the Duat. Result, the model for the Egyptian Duat is our Earth system. This model matches the textual description and decodes interrelated signs. On the quantum level, the Earth system is a spinning vortex similar to a curved black hole. Therefore, the duat is similar to a curved black hole, a claim that texts support by references to inner horizons, whole circles, and virtual particle pairs, deceased and his death. All right. Some of the same process occurring in the Earth's magnetosphere are mirrored at the quantum level of the cell. For instance, magnetic reconnection in the Earth's magnetosphere is similar to DNA recombination in the cell. So now we're going to talk about what happens in the DNA through this process when you meet at the cusp. We clear on the magnetosphere being the duat in the underworld. So now you need to explain, after all of that, how the fuck you visited it and it was a dismal place. It's fucking, it is what, maybe that's true. Maybe that's what he's saying. Some people who were suffering in the duat, because there's clearly a path of suffering, a fiend. Maybe that's what the brother's seen. But he damn sure didn't see it as a woman, whatever. Some of this process occurring in the Earth's magnetosphere, we got that. DNA strands, movements of the northward and southward IMFs pushing out a plasmoid on the Earth's magnetosphere imitate a bacterial cell. Ooh. So basically, she said the Earth, and she will go deeper, is nothing more than a bacterial cell, and it operates like that. And the humans that are born on it is born out of bacteria. That's why you have the ego. The ego is nothing but the expression of all bacteria. All bacteria is to consume. That's what we do. We consume, even as Negroes all around the planet. We eat like lotus. And then when you made the worst of them, white folks, when we made the worst of them, without even souls to kind of plant some seeds, you see what it is. You see. So, pushing out plasmoid in the Earth's magnetosphere imitate a bacterial cell kicking out plasmid during binary fission. Perhaps space physicists should talk with geneticists and biologists to compare their knowledge bases, for it seems very possible that the pharaohs were using the macrocosm to explain similar events in the microcosmic cell. Our next objective centers on these similarities. Objective 2. Do the operations of the solar wind and Earth mirror events on a cellular level below? Binary fission in bacteria. Oh yeah, we there, baby. Yeah, baby. Yeah, baby. A substorm begins with a powerful solar eruption, sometimes impacting like massive earthquakes. According to NASA, these storms can reoccur every 27 days and related to the sun's rotation or non-recurrent and caused by coronal mass injections. Recall that interplanar coronal mass injections, IMC, have a large magnetic field that slowly rotates in cold ions. Magnetic reconnection or DNA recombination. An important example, let's look closer at magnetic reconnection in the Earth's magnetosphere. They talked about magnetic reconnection. Let's see if it's going to be easy. Crossing over is called magnetic reconnection. Crossing over. You know, I think they talk about it. As an important example, let's look closer at magnetic reconnection or crossing over. In the Earth's magnetosphere compared to DNA's recombination became because the magnetic fields of the sun and Earth bump into each other, field lines stretch, snap, and reconnect, causing sun particles to slide like beads into Earth's magnetic field lines. In time, these sun particles arrive at the poles and generate the autorae, A-U-R-O-R-A-E. This cellular counterpart to this snapping and recombination of the sun lines with certain Earth magnetic field lines is break-induced DNA recombination. So she shows in this figure, this one is the movement of the sun and crossing over, and she shows the same process in the DNA. So the DNA grid and how your two DNA right here becomes unattached. I think she said DNA recombination and how they cross over. So it's happening in the DNA in this cosmic thing. This is very close, as I said, in this cosmos is just a holographic show in a holographic spot. What you're doing is going through the motions of changing your DNA. You just holographically go into these fucking energetic spots. It's really just energy. It's an energy vortex in a location for you to change your own DNA, baby. And you got to do that through consciousness. You can't do it. And it's the processes. They're going to tell you how the process could fail. It's automatic, but if you ain't got it together, they're going to talk about how it starts to try to cross over, how there's a lot of these breaks in the DNA, and then it gets stuck. They call it the Barq stopping. And they tell you what makes it go, and it can get to the 11th hour, and because it did a lot of these stops, you fail. It did too many jumps and crossovers. So your DNA has to be, or the cells have to be ready for it. That element is conscious light that you obtain enough light to do your journey. You gotta get this for real. You can't get this on just YouTube. Get the books. I got YouTube with book lists, hours and hours of just me giving out books. You don't never have to email me for a book. I got 3 tapes, 3 parts, each of 3 to 4 hours of books in the synopsis of the book. So my book lists are publicized. Go get them. Start learning. You're going to have to get that DNA up. You have the intentions. How do you die and not come back? You just got to know the secrets what you're getting. So part of the secret is you got to get that shit in order. You got to leave this behind. North and 1 south, similar to the opposite directions, blah, blah, blah. Reconnection relative to northward and southward IMFs. At the 4 points in the magnetosphere is similar to a break-induced DNA recombination. At the Earth's cusp, impulse or bursty reconnection causes breaks and is signaled by a staircase cusp that results in a flux transfer event, FTE. Because these similarities between magnetic reconnection and DNA recombination, a further exploration of Egyptian ideas of crossing over is necessary. All right, crossing over as recombination national repair. CT293, come crossover. IS-21, Dead King crosses over to pure places of Ra, ferries across to the other side. IS-22, Dead King finds broken cords and knots them so the waters are joined, lands are united, riverbanks join. So now we understand this. Dead King finds broken cords, knots them so the waters are joined, lands are united, riverbanks are joined. Now get the fuck out of here. When we studied this in these words, we did not understand it. I don't want to say Bobby Hemmett was frustrated, but you could tell the funerary text is something he really it was always on his mind because he knew the answer was there, but he never, like most of us, couldn't find a key. And like I said, he's the one that told me about this book, but I think him like me, read bits and parts. Like I said, I'm going through this shit like Dr. Seuss, and I see the clear instructions on death. And I'm trying to highlight and tell you the best part. But as you see, the Egyptians was obsessed with the cups. How many times I've said it, and it's been written in many ways, obsessed with getting to that point. That's the gateway out, nigga. Nigga, you found, I found, this Whitey found, we found at one point the gateway out. And now we found, and I'm glad to reflect the information back to the people who need it, who want it, who made it, whose birthright it is. I just hope this shit resonates like it's supposed to, because I know it's a long one, but shit, nigga. If I'm up, you up. I started at 5, it's 3 a.m. We already at 10 hours. Let's go. Magnetic reconnection and DNA recombination or recombination. DNA recombination or recombinational repair can be both described as crossing over. The deceased claims he has found the knotted and severed ropes. CT 132, 136, 219, 408, 1099, or the broken cord. CT 144. He joins the riverbanks. CT 168, 172, so that the Milky Way can be crossed. CT 622. So here, when they talk about the break in the river banks and all of that, they're talking about the break in your DNA. They're talking about here's where you cross over the broken DNA and join the river banks. You do that. Hello, nigga. So knotting of the ropes, joining the riverbanks, splitting iron or mountains, dividing the firmament equals crossing over. Crossing over equals DNA recombination and magnetic reconnection. Ropes of iron equals ropes of iron equals iron entry into the cell and the flux ropes in the magnetosphere. Based on the following comparative scheme, or what is above in the magnetosphere and what is below in the quantum cell, particularly magnetic reconnection and DNA recombination, we can conclude that several operations of the sun and earth mirror events on a cellular level. So the magnetosphere above, magnetic reconnection, the quantum cell below, breaking, induce, DNA recombination repair. So I'm gonna do the magnetosphere, I'm gonna do as above and below so you know. So bidirectional jets of plasma, anti-parallel north and south IMF. Anti-parallel direction of DNA. Ions on magnetic field lines as above, nucleotides on DNA, so below. Flux ropes as above, iron containing siderophores, DNA. Substorm pinching, plasmatoid or flux ropes. Bacterial cell pinching out plasmid during binary fission. So she did a comparison of the cell, magnetosphere as above, so below. The day of mourning, the day of mooring, mooring, sounds like you guys getting excited. They mean Moors. The Egyptian counterpart to the actual high energy particles arriving at the poles who activate the staircase cusp that signals the FTE injection into the magnetosphere is the arrival of the sun god at the northern polar gap, where the deceased climbs the great stairway to the sun god to the sun god's ferry boat. Recall the bursting merging or impulsive reconnection triggers a flux transfer event at the cusp of the magnetospores. According to the funerary text, it is here that the deceased at the stairway bonds with the sun god, becoming the deceased sun god Osiris. The deceased and his entourage then go from the gap in the mountain of the west through the double gate CT 4850 or the two portals CT 416 into the Black Duat for the journey eastward. Through the path of the west. Yeah, baby. The cloning site is the Earth's element-enriched northern cusp. That's the cloning site. So you're really going to clone your DNA there. And really, when you clone it, you become something new. Yeah, well, we'll get into it. The cloning site is the Earth's element-enriched northern cusp, where the sun god is moored in the dockyard of the gods. So the sun god is parked. He's remember I said mooring is like tying a line to a boat. So his boat is waiting there for you. You heard? So where the sun god is moored in the dockyard of the gods, TR 136a. In the Book of the Dead, the text uses phrases such as to moor or to unite with the land. To moor or to unite with the land. And the Day of the Dead became the day of mourning. So when we were mourning, it's the day of mooring. Or even crying when someone dies, or you mourn because they are experiencing mourning at the cuffs. So you mourn somebody. But they're saying it used to be, it's the day of mourning. The day when they go to the northern cuffs to get that ship. It's mourning time, suckers. To unite with the land. And the Day of the Dead became the day of mourning, or the good day. On the cellular level, meta symbols such as uniting with the land and the mooring point to a phase, absorption, and penetration into the whole cell. Now she's going to talk about the phase lambada, I believe, which is very important shit. The name of the deceased ferry boat is It Flies and Alights, PT 3110, suggesting the idea of phage, 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 movement, and absorption. Nonetheless, if stronger evidence is needed, we cannot contest that phase injection of DNA into a host cell is very similar to FTE injection into the magnetosphere, at least according to Stalsiewicz, I guess, whoever that is. Recall that the tearing mode is spontaneous reconnection that forms a magnetic island or bubble. Plasma is advected toward the speratrix by the inflow and exhausted inside the separatrix, filing it to form the magnetic island. This process is very similar to the pouring out of phage DNA that slips into a host cell. Further in phase T4, it has been well documented that replication begins through DNA recombination And this has been proposed that phase lambda, that's what we're talking about. Get to know that word. Lambda, lambda. So it's not even lambda. What the fuck is that? Lambda. Phase lambda. So excuse me for fucking it up. And again, she deals with phase lambda directly in this book. Get to know that word. Phase lambda, she classifies as the Egyptian saying, this is our ancestor. And she talks about phase lambda, even on the cosmic level. We're waiting for that because that starts the DNA transfer. That starts the process. Remember, I said there was the David and Goliath. The phase lambda has to hit first base before the David does, or before the Goliath does, so it can hit home and take over. The problem is the Goliath is only one base away. So it's easier for it to get, if it gets to first base, then it's going to dominate. So you have to be conscious to be able to receive the true light of phase lambda, so it could take over, master the DNA, you become the God. That process of phase lambda comes from Beetlejuice as well. So there's a big dose of this, and we're going to see what more of this ancient germ is. It's a bacteria. You heard? That's why they got you running from viruses and bacteria, because that's the methodology in which Beetlejuice operates, you fucking nigga, through this phase lambda process. Phase lambda. And we're going to talk about that and get into it. I know this is long, but hey, bitch, you want lecture? Let's lecture. You want to play with me? Let's play. You want to see how far I could go? We'll be doing this shit till tomorrow. You thought I froze, didn't you? All right. Recall the Terran mode. We got to that. DNA slips into the host. So further, we got to that. The cellular level, spontaneous magnetic reconnection is simply a break-induced DNA recombination. Sun God operates similar to a bacterial phase. So the phase lambda is a bacteria. Did you fucking hear me? Phase lambda is a bacteria. That's why they got you running. Ain't no COVID. It's this shit that Beetlejuice is dishing out that got niggas shook. The sun operates similar to a bacterial phase, vector with the deceased as a foreign insert. The matrix, comparing what is above in the magnetosphere with what is below in the cell, will serve our model for verification. All right, so matrix 2 and model. Egyptian sign, Duat Geb Abyss, what is below, Parakoti Hosel, what is above, Earth's magnetosphere. Egyptian sign, House of Net, what is below, Parakoti Hosel with cellular chromosome. What's above, Earth's magnetic field lines. First eye of Horus, phase lambda source. Did you fucking hear me? The eye of Horus is this ancient ancestor that the Kamites identified as a bacteria called phage lambda, or lambda, PHAGELAMBDA. So the first eye of Horus is phase lambda, is a phase lambda source. You must become the first eye of Horus. Becoming the first eye of Horus is injecting the phase lambda, which they said, let's see if it was on this page. Listen, the sun god operates similar to a bacterial phage vector with the deceased as a foreign insert. So at this cusp, you're not equipped or not equipped enough with this phase lambda light bacteria. She says in her lecture, this lambda is special because it has a, I think she might have said phosphorus, but clearly said it's a light bacteria. It is Beetlejuice. It's light bacteria coming on the wind of Shu as a sneeze. You hear this? Or the breath. He blew out Shu. He's blowing out a necessary ingredient to change you. Phase Lambda, the first eye of Horus. Come on, niggas. Come on. This is real decoding here. Rosnet, phase lambda DNA, sun's magnetic field lines. Okay, the first eye of Horus, the phase lambda source. What's above? Sun and stars. Sun and stars are phase lambda DNA, which is what you're trying to become. Crossing over, DNA recombination, magnetic reconnection, sun gods, Ra's ferry boat, phase gene vectors, high energy FTE, deceased, insert into phase vector. This must get in your DNA. What's above? Isospheric particles. The gap, polar cusp, gap in the cell. Walls, cytoplasm. And magnetophores at the cusp. Winding waterway or causeway, plasma membrane near the chromosome of cell, magnetospores, as what's above. Great stairway with two portal openings, what's above? Phase DNA injection at cell double membrane, dynamic of colon staircase due to two tunneling barriers. Phase DNA injection. This happens at the great stairway at the two portal opening. And then what is above? Stairway cusp. When you see the stairway, you're being injected with phase lambda DNA into your cells for the transformation. Movement of the sun through the Duat, transformation in the DNA, transduction as what's above, energy transfer of the sun particles in and out. Magnetosphere, ropes of iron dragging the sun back, iron side tropes for binary fission, flux ropes, plasmatoids pinching off at the back. Let's keep going. Feces, vertices, heads, or tails. Was the pharaohs inserted into a pyramid or a phage head? So she now has the model for the phase lambda DNA. And she breaks it down and she shows you in the Egyptian text, they had a detailed understanding of its shape and its nature of this particular bacteria of light, which they call the ancient ancestor, which when you meet the sun, you're injected into the phase lambda germ or bacteria, which looks like a pyramid head. So now you may understand why they buried them in these pyramids, because they were injecting the dead king on earth into the phase lambda. You fucking hear me? Was the pharaoh inserted into a pyramid or a phage head? That's the question. Objective 3. Is there any evidence in the funerary text that shows the deceased sun god has the structure of a bacterial phase, or that the pharaohs were aware of biotechnology applications? Sure they were. It may be worthwhile to first explore early textual reference that describes phage morphology. That is reference to heads, tails, faces, vertices, collars, and necks. The pyramid text states that the deceased crosses over the sky reed floats to Ra, PT 606. This also describes as the king opens the face of God, PT 271. The deceased states that he has flown up and landed on the vertex of Ra in the plow of his bark, TR 66. In the coffin text, numerous references to the vertex of Ra, CT 267, 267, 499, 656, vertexes of the Iron Head, along with the language such as my vertex, CT 95, 96, 573, 817, 956, suggests that the vertices of an icosahedron icosahedron, a phase combination which has 20 equilateral triangles arranged around the face of a sphere. Most viruses fit 60 XN subunits into their capsids or heads, with N being the triangulation number having values of 1, 3, 4, 7, 9, 12, and so on. Shit we don't even understand or need to. As a icosahedral virus with 60 subunits exhibits perfect symmetry, along with the vertex references of the pyramid coffins. Let's look at what she's saying this head looks like. 2003, NASA released cosmic radiation background data revealing the shape of the universe. Listen again, the shape of the universe. And the dodecahedron based on phi, the golden ratio. Phi is also related to the icosahedron, which is a model of a listen closely now, five-fold symmetry, where we at, in 3 dimensions. According to NASA and freelance mathematician Jeffrey Weeks, the math adds up to the universe being infinite in shape like a dodecahedron, a structure remarkably similar to an icosahedron. Now let's look. This, ice and D. The first one that is a, what is this? Icosahedron. The dodecahedron, I know I'm saying it wrong, is this. Look at the Baphomet symbol. Look at the symbol of the 5. It's the shape of the universe. What do you think we're doing here? Baphomet. The 5-pointed star, when you turn it upside down, you get this shape. You get this shape. This shape is the pentagon. When the upside down star straightens the pentagon up. And look, you got a 5-point here. The 5 points means something, son. This Baphomet means something. It's not nothing to do with the white boy, Euphrates Levy. It's beyond that. If you can see beyond that. Baphomet! So let's get into it now. I always like to look at my goddamn bookmarks because some of these motherfuckers is 20 years old. Like this one. I bet you this place doesn't exist no more. Computer Bookworks, 1,000 of computer books, old and new, hard to find. 78 Reed Street, New York. I don't even remember even going there. In fact, Reed Street crosses Duane Street. And this is where the first Duane Reed was. for you niggas who got Dwayne Reed's, which is just a drugstore. Dwayne Reed started on Dwayne and Reed Street. So I was on 78 and Reed Street, New York, New York. And, you know, I don't know, 2004. So sometimes I can see history in the bookmarks that I have. It's crazy. All right. You thought it was over, nigga? No. Along with the vertex references, the pyramid and the coffin text mention the mistress of the lords of faces, and the deceased states that he is centipede's face, CT 239, 251. While on Ra's vertex, the deceased sees the spirit of the West, whose face turn around on account of their colors, CT 260. These references suggest icehedral faces. 5-point faces. See the Pentagon? Come on, let me just turn it upside down so we can get out this Baphomet on in your life. That's what this shit means, son. That's just what it means, son. Yes, son. You heard, son. Yes, son. Yeah, I beat Niece's asses too, Niece. You play with me, boy. I'll kill you. I'll kill you, boy. I'll kill you, nigga. Think I'm playing, nigga. And I don't even have to leave my couch. You don't want to play with me, son. You don't want to play with me. I'm telling you, this is not that typical agent shit. So you may got orders from your bosses at the agency, but I will fuck you up. That's just a Jimbo thing, you know, talk shit. Show you I still got energy. Baphomet. All right. These references suggest icehedral faces. The text urged the deceased to take your head, PT 667, 667A, 667C. And other resurrection texts state your head is knit to your bones, PT 335-603, implying the process of phage head assembly. Also, the golden collar or finishing touch to the front, in which is on the neck of Ra, PT 326, points to phage morphology in assembly. All allusions to clear sky and the king becoming a star, PT 302, the king going to the sky in a earthquake and bursting in a hailstorm apart, the king dispelling the clouds, PT 570, the king uncovering the skies and disappearing clouds, CT 993. All of this reference indicates formation of a cleared area. Also, the reborn king ascends on a cloud as the earth quakes, which signifies the eruption of phase progeny, for he has ascended in the body of a locust among the children of the hornet, PT 627. Similar, the king ascends as Osiris in the dust devil or whirlwind, PT 258-259. The meta symbol of swarming locusts and whirling dust suggests escaping phase progeny. The king states, I have reached the sky as a locust, which hides the sun, PT 467. Decoded, heads, tails, faces, vertices is phage morphology. Swarm of locusts, phase progeny. All right, the pyramid and the causeway. The profile of a pyramid and its causeway also reveal the morphology of phase lambada. So the pyramid represents your last ancestor, your cosmic transformation bacteria, which influx of that shit turned up because of Beetlejuice. The profile of a pyramid and its causeway also reveals the morphologity of phase lambata, which has an isohedral head enclosed in a sphere. An isohedral head enclosed in a sphere. The Egyptian pyramid was a triangular face similar to a phase capsid or a head, and the causeway from the pyramid to the valley temple completes the comparison by depicting the phage tail. The essence of the deceased king resides within the pyramid so that is endured forever, PT 600. In the middle of verification, the essence of the defiled king indicates the union of the sun god and the deceased, or the insertion of final human elements into phage DNA capsid. That is the pyramid head. When a bacterial phase attaches to a host cell, the DNA is pumped out of the head down the tail and into the cell. The Pyramid of Unas, the Great Pyramid, and others were constructed with pyramidal head structures and causeway tails that are similar to phage morphologity. Similar, the Theban recension CH-140 refers to Atum as the sunshine god and risen in the sky. The mighty one appears, the horizon shines. Atum appears on the smell of his sensing. The sunshine god has risen in the sky. The mansion of the pyramid dome is in joy, and all of its inmates are assembled. The Pashas equates the sun god, Ra-Atum, or Atum, with the geometric shape of a pyramid, which is similar to phase lambda morphology. Further, the deceased states, I am he of the pyramidon, CT 422. Both Geb, the earth, and Atum grant that a pyramid and temple be installed and enclosed for the deceased and his double, PT 534. The pyramid is being decoded now. You niggas thought it was an oven, didn't you? Part 4 of this work will examine the structure of the edifice of Taharqa and the mysterious nilometer, another possible representation of phase morphology. That's in part 4. Now, she also points out, see the road from Orion, chapter 18, sketch drawn from the plate. Let's do it. We're here. Road from Orion, chapter 18. That's the handy book. Ooh, chapter 11, 25. Let's see the picture in chapter 18, 16, 17. Here we go. The edifice of the Watt. All right, so here's the picture. These are the tail and phase morphology. There's 18. Let's see what it said. So she writes, okay, let's see what she writes first. The drawing depicts an armless human with serpentine legs and a large spherical head. See the road from Orion, chapter 18, the draw from the plate, 182, suggesting the recombinant structure of the deceased, or what might be called a viral human. We can conclude from the evidence that it's possible that the Egyptians understood the genetics of our modern scientists who insert the human cDNA gene into a viral vector for biotechnical applications. Yet the idea that this can be done in the afterlife to transfigure the deceased into an eternal species is quite original. Still, one must question, is there additional evidence of Egyptian awareness of biotechnical application? So again, let's go to 18. Shit, I lost the page. 13. And look at this figure of the viral human. This is the viral human. Let's see what she says about it. Well, this is poetic. All right. Well, this was an image from plate 182, Tomb of Ramses. So this is not a human drawing. This is an Egyptian drawing of the transfer process of getting phase lambda, or getting the phase lambda germ, which is a light bacteria for transformation. Beetlejuice gave it to you, baby. Come on, nigga. It's our turn. It's our turn. I already done showed you this shit. It's over. This fell and did this by itself. What that mean? It means she's indicating her time is, she's going back to the cosmos to be the mother god. She was down here doing the thing. It's over. You'll even see from white people this new resolution after Trump. You're going to see it because he fucked shit up so bad for them. So you're going to see a new day starting because it's you who's becoming. All right. So where were we? Were we still here? No, we were here. All right, we were here. The Egyptian coding sequence for gene clothing. IS-21. King raises himself from left to right. Turn yourself about, O king. So the Egyptian pyramid text urged the deceased to move from left side to the right. PT 412, 482, 487. As do the coffin texts. CT1, 219, 327. And the Theoban recension. CT68. Suggesting that left to right cloning orientation, apparently the left to right orientation of transcription, translation, produces a product different from that of right to left orientation. So, Coronis effect pushes a west moving entity to the North Pole because the west moving entity is going against the Earth's rotation or clockwise. So this entity is mapping out a left-handed path to the north, a coiled path like a left-handed screw. So what are we to make of this? Well, all right, well, this means that the pharaohs understood that when you put electrons in a magnetic field, their spin line up so that their magnetic field points the same way as the eternally applied magnetic field. Applying this idea to a high energy sun god and his crew now become an externally applied magnetic field that causes the deceased to make a 180-degree turn. That is a flip, altering that magnetic orientation of his atoms. So it is possible to decode the Egyptian advice to left to right orientation in three ways. 180-degree flip left to right equals 1. Cloning orientation, 2. Left-handed weak interaction, decay, and P symmetry violation, and it says, and 3. Aligned magnetization. All right, so that's 3 reasons, but you don't have to do it. As she says, you know, they will flip you at a 180 degree. But this is what's going to happen. Herodotus, who visited Egypt in the 5th century BC, a flash of light. Let's see where we at with this though. Let's look at this one puppy. Ooh, so 6, 7, 9 hours, which is probably like 10 hours. Let's go, nigga. It's actually almost 4 a.m. here. Maybe 4:30. I gotta go. I gotta get up. I'm supposed to be up at 5. So there's no sleep. So just so you know, that's how much energy I have, and we not even there yet. We got. So this is part 2. We got about this much shit to go. There's gonna be a part 2 to this, as I knew, because like I said, the whole damn book is highlighted. Herodotus, who visited Egypt in the 1570 BC, a flash of lightning descended upon a special cow, causing her to receive Apis, a black bull with a white diamond on his forehead, an eagle image on his back, double hairs on his tail, and a scarab beetle under his tongue. Brown, 1992. Herodotus wrote that Apis was the calf of a cow, which is never afterwards able to have another. Herodotus, 1996. This means that this special calf descended from a cow struck by lightning that was incapable of conceiving another offspring, a virgin cow. In genetics, this type of lightning asexual virgin breeding for specific traits is called cloning. So, formation genetically identical calves by nuclear plantation. So it's possible that Apis, the bull, unique traits resulted from cloning. Listen now, objective 3 complete. The language in early funerary texts is related to vertices, heads, tails, and faces, along with the triangular structure of the pyramids with their tail-like causeways. It mirrors the phase lambda morphology. In addition, the description of tails on deities in the edifice of Tehakwa and the Ramses IV drawing of a armless human with coiled legs, mind you, yeah, V1, either 4 or 6, drawing an armless human with coiled legs. Okay, let's go back. The Ramses drawing of an armless human with coiled legs and a sphere for a head provide more evidence for this view. Also, textual references to left to right orientation in Herodotus' remarks regarding the conception of Apis bull suggest that the pharaohs were aware of cloning techniques. Let me say it again. Pharaohs were aware of cloning techniques. What in the fuck do you think the white man is? He's an unfinished clone of you. But what they did was gave him the genetic curse to leave him. I don't know why we made them to study. We made them to do this for a greater reason. I mean, you can speculate all day, you know, if they make you hate the earth, you want to get off, and maybe that's the point. And maybe, who knows, maybe it's an experiment that's going on. But I want you to hear something quite clearly. The pharaohs were aware of cloning techniques. They knew how to do it, and they did it. The grafting, or we called it grafting. All right. Is it possible to be aware while dead but alive? The nature of indestructible atoms. Life is a chemical system requiring proteins and nucleic acids built from very common atoms in the universe: hydrogen, oxygen, nitrogen, carbon, iron. The first law of thermodynamics states that energy cannot be created or destroyed. Yet energy undergoes transformation in nature, that is, from heat to work, from chemical potential to life. The deceased states ideally live after death, TR 38A. The pharaohs believed that life came from death. Let me say it again. The pharaohs believed that life came from death, or that the deceased is equipped because of the vulture, the resurrection. CT 365. The deceased must awake to life, for he has not died. CT 48, 51, 53, 287. And will not die again, because he has his power over heaven's wings. CT 83. Fair paths open for the deceased, CT 10. Thus, the dynamics of solar wind play a critical role for life after death. Yet, what specific evidence do we have that the Egyptians believed their afterlife existed on the quantum level of destructible atoms? Is there any evidence, objective 4, is there any evidence for a view that the pharaohs believe their afterlife existed on a quantum cellular level? Listen, she's about to prove that what we call the afterlife, heaven, is a cellular quantum level of existence. Listen, is there any evidence to view that the pharaohs believed their afterlife existed at a quantum cellular level? Well, why? Let's see. The king is not dead and is rejuvenated. Earth gods are powerless over the king. Eternal king will not die on earth among men. Eternal king will not die on earth among men. Quantum physics predicts probabilities rather than definite singular events. Quantum physics predicts probabilities, potential energy, the chaos realm. This is creation. This is not potential energy. This is spent energy because it is defined. Computer, a desk, a tree, a rat, a cat, a cusp. So quantum physics predicts probabilities rather than singular events. The pharaohs described conscious events after death at the quantum level. Physicists David Bohm and Basil Hiley suggest that our consciousness has a rudimentary mind-like quality at the level of particle physics, which becomes stronger and more developed at subtler levels, subtle levels. Boom, more strong and developed at subtle levels. So Pierre Teilhard de Chardin insists that consciousness is not in a epiphenomenon, I guess. Yeah, an epiphenomenon, but the heart of life rising to greater consciousness in the process of evolution. To Chardin, the evolution of consciousness is a physical transformation advancing to the cosmic ultrahuman, a way to greater life open to natural organisms at death. There you have it. It's everything you've been told already. Consciousness, true consciousness, is the preparation for death. Listen. To Chardin, the evolution of consciousness is a physical transformation. advancing to the cosmic ultra-human. This is how we do it. Na 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 na. You got to get your groove on before we get to say. What a terrible song. Know it's another fucked up song? Return of the Mac. Return of the Mac. That's terrible. And no, I do. It's I do. Garbage. Consciousness is a physical transformation advancing to the cosmic ultra-human, a way into the greater life to open life to natural organisms at death. He proposes that survival is a conscious property of the cell, and that a quantum cell exists in a cytoplasm of a living cell that amplifies the states of the quantum system. Goswami believes evidence of the quantum is a telltale sign of non-locality. So, the deceased may allow him to see the full range of electromagnetic radiation ranging from cosmic rays, gamma rays, X-rays, and ultraviolet, visible and infrared radiation, including microwave energy. Today's scientists can envision energy landscapes with the help of technology. A landscape can be described as potential energy surface, a potential energy surface, PES. Defining the position of atoms, the surface exhibits varied topographical features similar to the Earth's landscape, such as mountains, valleys, and hollows. However, the dimension is much higher, and the energy landscape determines the behavior of the system. In light of the foregoing research, the Egyptian claim of conscious decease on a quantum level is plausible, for the funerary text is an extensive knowledge base of conscious quantum experiences that delve into the very heart and nature of her laws. As the deceased states, I spend eternity alive, CT 228, decoded, dead but alive, quantum consciousness. Deceased is everywhere. IS 37, 38 to 40, 42 to 43, 49, and 55. Dead king assumes all forms. Atum, Re, Hathor, Isis, Thoth, Horus. I told you not to become everybody. IS 8, 35, 53, 57, 63, 94. Dead king is a falcon, locust, haunting Heron, Nile, fourth imperishable star, fourth of the four gods, bull of the sky, Apis, eye of Horus. The deceased in the afterlife is everywhere. Ubiquitous, essentially whole, assuming all forms in the realm of the dead, CT 275. Due to the quantum ability of non-locality, the deceased is everywhere at once in the afterlife. Deceased spread out over the Dewat, magnetosphere of bacterium. Listen, magnetosphere is bacterium. You're in a bacteria cell. She goes in. The text refers to the multiplicity of hundreds of atoms taking possession of the deceased, C299. I have become Atum. I am the primal one, CT316, along with I am Kepra, who created himself, CT318. Spread out over the non-locality region, the deceased is Atum, the August god, who is in the egg, CT222, CT223. Put simply, the deceased is him, self, and all the gods at once. The deceased is himself and all the gods at once. He's quantum now. You're not saying, well, I'm Baphomet. You're all of that shit, nigga. All of that shit, niece. The region of dwarfs. Let me get this. Put simply, the deceased is himself, all the gods at once in the space of the afterlife. That is, he is Osiris, Horus, Ma'at, Thoth, Re, Ra, Re, Reatun, Ptah, Khopri, Chopre, Hathor, a crocodile, a swallow, a lotus bird on the limitless plain, CT 485, 703, 709. Thus, we can begin to understand the polytheistic mindset of the Egyptians. So now they just broke down why the Egyptians and many other ancients had more than one god, because they seen the gods from the quantum perspective, that all of these elements are you, and all of these elements return to you. You become all the gods. You are no longer in a singularity. You are in a quantum, all connected reality. Therefore, you roll as all the gods. So their polytheistic, how's the word go? Polytheistic mindset is based upon their quantum understanding. Hotel. Deceased is everywhere equals quantum non-locality. The quantum regions of the dwarf. The dead king goes to the region of the dwarfs. He is a pygmy, a snake with many coils. What we're talking about, you've seen in Alice in Wonderland. What you've seen is her going smaller and big, or Gulliver's Travels. Watch it on YouTube for you young niggas. The 1939 version of Gulliver's Travels. I can't co-sign for what Jack Black did with it. And I definitely ain't fucking with Sam from Cheers. He did one. The 1935 animated one, they used to show us in school. And it just is the story. So, and it's on YouTube in its full form. So, what was that talking about? So this size thing, they go up and down into this quantum reality. Now, the regions of the dwarf is an apt meta symbol for the quantum world. The deceased actually states that he belongs to the regions of the dwarfs, CT 132, and that he receives his plot in the land of the dwarfs, CT 11, the land of the dwarfs. That's the quantum world. That's where Alice went, in Underland. In the book, it was called Underland. Then they changed it to Alice in Wonderland for Disney or whatever. But it was Alice in the Underland because she was going through the underworld. And the name of the god is Egyptian and may be linked to BS3, to guard, which means to guard or protect. BS3, know who that is? Best. So the god Best is a representation of the god in the dwarf world that you're going to. Are you fucking listening, nigga? Best decoded. All right. The name of the god is Egyptian and may be linked to Best. Let me even go back. Let me read this because I didn't highlight this. I'm going to read this whole thing. He receives a plot of land in the dwarf region. To examine this idea further, one must consider the Egyptians who worship the god Bes, a dwarf deity with a leonine features. Maybe some, I don't know. The name of the god is Egyptian and may be linked to Bes, to guard, to protect. He guards you and protects you in the land of the dwarfs. To a rare Egyptian word suggesting a premature child or a stunted being. Bes is usually depicted as a dwarf with a large beard, a large bearded head, extended tongue, thick arms, and bow legs. Directly linked to the dwarf region, Bes appears in the Book of the Dead, CH 163, with the physical regalia of a god, two plumes, and a back like a falcon's. The texts connect the dwarf god to the Nefertah, or the divine land, or the land of the god. The dwarf was significant to the pharaohs. By 1990, archaeologists in Egypt had identified the remains of some 50 dwarves with special status who attended pharaohs. 20th century philosophy sheds light on the instinctive meaning of the dwarf. Psychologist Carl Jung, 1958, notes that the child god is an aspect of the child motif apparent under the guise of the dwarf, or an elf, that personifies the hidden forces of nature. Egyptian thought suggests that the deceased in the afterlife exists in a dwarf region or a microstate where the hidden forces of nature operate. So we could say that there's a parallel between the afterlife region and the dwarves and the nature's hidden quantum world of atoms, DNA and molecules, which is the formation of all matter, plants, animals, and human beings. Once again, we can reference this simple anthology by the equals sign, remembering that the sign represents the word, points to decoded regions of the dwarf is the land of the gods or the quantum world. The quantum world is the land of the gods or the region of the dwarves. Ask Gulliver, he went there. Ask Alice, that bitch knows she was from Underland. That's what they're talking about, quantum travel. I'm telling you, these white people, these Masonic writers, they know the secret. They pay for this, they share it, but they keep it out of the hands of niggas. But no more, nigga. Brother Panic got you. The Egyptian imagery always depict the head of a deity drawn in a profile, while the body is seen from the front. Although the face is to the side, the eye is drawn in full. The two-dimensional frontalism style was popular for thousands of years. And for this reason, it was favored, may be related to physics. Space-time as we know it relates to four-dimensional space and time, but our scientists believe the universe is actually flat or two-dimensional. Flat or two-dimensional. Now you may be getting to where we get this from, or where this is, well, actually not where we get this from, where it comes from. There's more of a cosmic understanding of this place than a physical. It's such a waste of time to argue that shit. Similar, string theory posits that the world's sheet of a string is two-dimensional space-time. This means a one-dimensional string the size of a Planck length, Planck. I remember coming across that somewhere or 4, not in this book, something else. And it has two-dimensional world surface. It moves through time. The two-dimensional art of the Egyptians may have been mirroring this idea. In light of the Egyptian knowledge of the quantum consciousness and non-locality, it seems possible that the Egyptians understood the dynamics of matter at the quantum level. In the interest of understanding more of their thoughts, let's review the Egyptian creation accounts and the origin of the creator god Amun. Atum. Was Atum a Higgs particle, a supernova, or a dung beetle? The dead king is the oldest god. The dead king is the firstborn, conceived in the sky, and will regain his original shape. Orion, Sirius, and deceased swallowed by the Duat. Deceased receives power from Orion. Nut, Bor, deceased, and Ra, born in the sky, baby. If Nut bore the deceased, which is you, Nut is the sky. And she's now giving birth to the deceased. The stars are giving birth to you. And that's the phase lambda, the eye of Horus. So when they say Nut bore the deceased and Ra, the sun, they're talking about your birth as the new sun god, nigga. The king is the oldest god. The king is the firstborn, conceived in the sky. Nut bore deceased. And he will regain his original shape. Atum, he states, there he commanded the worship of the gods to be built, and Ra is in it. This is an obvious reference to the sun god's bark, which Atum authorized. Atum authorized. This is authorized by Atum, who sneezes and there's a supernova. He just gave you Beetlejuice. Now we know, niggas, CT77. As the sneeze or spitting out represents an explosive burst from a supernova, the deceased states that the stream is spat out. For me, CT190. That is, he is not conceived, but Atum spat me out. CT76. That is, he assumed the forms of the tomb, C703. This would suggest that Nut, the sacred eye and mother, PT 368, 446, 452, 554, 558, represents the heavenly massive star that seed the cosmos by star death with elements of life and forms of Atum. The deceased sun god states, O Nut, through the seed of God, which is you, it is I who am the seed, which is you. PT 563. Further, the texts support that the seed, that is the elements elements generating the deceased sun god, is from Orion, IS-108, possibly Beetlejuice. Possibly Beetlejuice. This bitch is telling you what you got told by Dr. Aleem El-Bey in 2004. This is real. This is happening. This is why they got you on lockdown and changed the game. They're not sure what you're going to become. And because they're such physical beings, they think it's going to be a physical outlashing, a physical power thing. Young niggas is turning into X-Men. You got to understand the science. They're trying to mark you as someone whose DNA is being changed into a mutant. That's why you're wearing a superhero mask. They're putting masks on everybody because they're telling you these are the superheroes that can possibly emerge from it. They're trying to get a fucking war started between the Proud Boys and Black Lives Matter, because this gets them to enact martial law things. They already tested this martial law thing that they're trying to put in effect. with that little corona lockdown. They see how people took to it, what people's doing. So they have ways to get you in the house now. Still with corona. But if this race riot pops off, they get to do the thing. So they're falling for it. You gotta leave that bullshit alone. So the sixth dynasty pyramid text implore Nut to install every god who has a bark as a imperishable star in the sky. Drawings of the sky goddess Nut depict her body covered in stars, suggesting she's the spotted effect produced by a leopard's coat. Hence, we have references to the great ones receiving their leopard skins. A king from Zamunda had one of those. That leopard skin is a representative of the goddess Nut, the imperishable star that's making you the undying star. You're making you one of the imperishable stars in the sky. The leopard skin represents it. So hence we have the reference of the great old one receiving their leopard skins, CT 49, and the deceased garment being a leopard skin, PT. Yeah, the garment of the deceased is a leopard skin, PT 225 decoded. Reattuned Nut equals eyes or stars of generation. Leopard skin with spot equals stars of generation. Stars of generation. All right, the ancient pantheon, from the hieroglyphs forming their names, the Ogdod, O-G-D-O-A-D, the Ogdod, the Ogdoad, I guess, the Ogdoad. You know, you look at these words and you just know what they are and know what it is, so you don't even read them really. But it's actually the Ogdoad. That's a nice name, Ogdoad. The niggas will name their child, this is my daughter, Ogdoad. This, you know, hey, what you, hi, hey, now, hey, Ogdoad. This is the oldest company of 8 deities, personifying aspect or phases or properties of primal matter. They are, and these deities are before creation. They are Nu, god of the watery mass in the sky, Nut, female counterpart of Nu. Hihu, atmosphere between heaven and earth, Hihut, female counterpart of Hihu. Kikui, male power of darkness covering primal waters. Kikutit, female power of darkness. Ker, with a K-E-R-H, inactive power of primal water abyss. Kerhet, female counterpart. All right, a self-emergent creator god. It looks like, I'm gonna keep going. It looks like it's 4:16. It looks like I'm gonna call folks and try to reschedule. Because this shit right here is legendary if you really know what you're hearing. You're welcome. The self-emerging creator god, his name is derived from a verb, tem or temem, to be complete, or the one who did not come into being yet. The double meaning of Atum's name shows that he was at once absolute being and absolute non-being, combining within himself these contrasting opposites, which can easily be compared to the status of a star that dies in a supernova explosion. Atum is a supernova. Atum is a supernova. Atum is a supernova. Atum is Beetlejuice. It was then, it was not, but it still is. It was, then it was not, but it still is. That's what you are. You was panicked, then you will not be panicked, but I will still be. Y'all hear it now. Recall that during a supernova explosion, the core stiffens, causing the collapse of the core so abruptly that it rushes out. This activity is similar to the metaphor of sneezing and ejaculation, which Atum is accused of that. After Shu and Tefnut, Shu and Tefnet came to Earth, God Geb and the sky goddess Nut, followed by the children of Nut, two pair of twins, Osiris, Isis, Seth, and Nephthys, children of Nut. Thus, the god Atum self-generated the 8 deities comprising the Ein Head. The next pair, Atum is busy. The content, so shit starts, it seems, with supernovas. Because it tells you the universe started with Atum. Then that tells you something is right about that Big Bang, perhaps. A star exploding. It's starting a process, Atum sneezing, or busting his nut. The core got stiff, nigga. My core is stiff. Time to fucking supernova, baby. Let's get the supernova on. Each time you have an orgasm, that's a supernova. Sounds like, feels like you can create some powerful shit, like Atum, perhaps. The continual reference throughout the coffin text to chaos gods support the idea that the Ogdoad, Ha-Ogdoad, or of 4 male, 4 female set represent the primal aspects of Atum, or initial set of conditions that could result in entropy increase. The boundless watery mass, the power of darkness over the watery abyss, the inactive power of the waters and the atmosphere. The Egyptians call this watery mass Nu or Noon, the waters of Noon, where the sphere of life floated, like a bubble. Still, we must remember that Atum's realm is the region of the dwarfs, CT 114, 116, or the Plankett scale world, which some cosmologists believe existed before the inflationary period that preceded the Big Bang. I don't remember what I wrote a note. 5G, right, and we talked about it. 5G strengthens the magnetosphere. 5G strengthens the magnetosphere. Strengthens the magnetosphere. That's how they're doing it. They're trying to keep that Beetlejuice out. It ain't working, player. Smell the air. Beetlejuice shoe is on that air. So on the physical level, you can smell it. When you go outside, it's clear as fuck. Clear as fuck. I wouldn't be surprised if they started them fires just to put pollution in the air again. They were showing before and after California because nobody was out, nobody was driving, nobody was doing anything to throw smoke in the air for a minute, and then they showed you how clear the shit got. Shoe is in the building, son. All right, let's keep it popping. It ain't over. He could find no place to stand or sit, Atum, before his throne had not yet been put together. CT 80. So Atum's throne is matter. Matter, they're talking about in the mythology, matter hasn't been formed. They're going to tell you Atum created matter. Actually, I'm going to read this, not to hide. This was a time before Nut, or the starry sky, had been created, before the primal Einhead had come into being. Atum said to Nu, god of the watery mass of the sky, I am on the flood waters, being very weary, and the patricians are in earth. Then the text state that the earth god Geb gathered together Atum's weary members, suggesting the idea of molecular self-assembly at earth. The text state, stand upon it the earth, which issued from Atum, PT222. The idea of this formation of a foundation, a throne, a seat for Atum, can also be found in the second account of papyrus written in Panopolis, written for a Panopolis priest about 312 BCE, entitled The Book of Knowing, the evolutions of Ra and of Omo and overthrowing Apep. So in 312 BC, somebody's writing about how to do this shit. It wasn't common knowledge, but it was shared knowledge among nobles, kings, and those who were worthy. You get it? The book of 312 BC, entitled The Book of Knowing, the Evolutions of Ra and Overthrowing Apep. Evolutions of Kepra, from the Egyptian root Keplas, meaning to produce, to form, to become, and to derive a sense to roll. The creator god Kepra, aka Atum, Re or Ra, Re, or Re Atum, Harakahudi, right, Harakahuti, Khnum, and Ptah in different gnomes is symbolized by the coprophage beetle, noted for its ability to lay eggs in dung and then roll it in a circular form. The Egyptians associated the sun disk with the beetle's dung ball. This is bacterial. So that is something we missed. We said the sun, and that's on point or whatever, because certainly, we decoded it, but now that just goes off automatically. She shows you that it's bacterial. And she's going to make a harder point. She's already made the point at the earth being a bacteria ball, that the concept of bacteria is the key for transforming the DNA. And one particular bacteria is the ancient ancestor that you get at a certain spot. When a big deal when a Orion star, the Orion's right shoulder, gets at you, or a tomb comes. This is a big deal. It's a big deal, nigga. Okay, let's read it. In the 6th dynasty Persian text, in the 6th dynasty, did I read this? Nut. Okay, on the wrong page. Give me 1 sec. Oh yeah, he was over here. So He rose in a circular form. The Egyptians associated the sun disk with the beetle's dung ball, which is bacterial. So we have Kepra as a beetle pushing the dung ball, or simulating the solar wind pushing the Earth system. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. It's a new understanding. Kepra represents the solar wind pushing the Earth, a bacteria ball of shit. Thought I paused, didn't you? Thought I froze. Kepra as a beetle pushing the dung ball, or simulating the solar wind pushing the Earth system. He's the sun, nigga. He's Atum. He's the solar wind force. Remember, Atum blows shoot as the cosmic wind force. Kepra is representing the solar wind force, pushing the bacteria cell, the piece of shit called planet Earth. Baphomet. The papyrus texts report that Kepra came into being and raised up the creation of Nu out of a state of inactivity. All alone, Kepra, like Atum in the coffin text account, then could not find a place to stand. The god said, I worked a charm upon my heart. I had a foundation in Ma, and I made a reform. So both the coffin text and the papyrus text account claims that the foundation of forms signified by a throne in the former text was necessary to support the god's creation. These metasymbols point to the following ideas. Foundation in the heart equals core elements created in stars forming DNA. Core elements created in star forming DNA. What's star forming DNA? One that's been infected by phase lambda. Creator gods, Atum, Kepra, Ra, beetle, equals creative force from a star, dung beetle ball, bacterial cell, or earth. Let me say that again. Dung beetle ball, which we kept saying was the sun, is actually the bacterial cell of the earth. And the beetle is representing solar wind. Let's go, nigga. Let's learn today. The word Mayat means truth or rightful order. When the goddess Mayat, personified as truth, has referenced in both creation accounts, we could say that the self-emerging god, Atum, or Kepra, is therefore laying down a plan or foundation according to law, truth, and rightful order, Mayat. For his soon-to-emerge creation, before the emission of Shu and Tefnut, Kepra creates a foundation of forms in his heart, signified by a throne for him to sit on. Before the creation of gods or men, then he self-produces Shu, air, and Tefnut, moisture. And from the watery mass of Nu, his eye and generation arises, that is a cold light star that dies, producing the elements in its core and that seed in the universe. DNA is a self-replicating genetic material that is transcribed into an unstable messenger nucleic acid called RNA. Let me say that again. DNA is a self-replicating genetic material that is transcribed When you say transcribe, you're talking to Hootie. That is transcribed into an unstable messenger nucleic acid RNA, which is then transcribed into proteins. That is the central dogma of the gene expression DNA to RNA to protein. We can extend the idea further by following proposal, remembering that equal represents point to. Foundation of forms equals throne equals DNA and RNA to protein equals humans. So they're telling you about our creation, talking about DNA to RNA. Objective 4 completed. The textual evidence indicates the deceased possess quantum consciousness and non-locality. Features essential to the quantum, cellular, or dwarf afterlife of the pharaohs. We can also conclude that development of Atum and his creation parallels cellular nucleation. All right, DNA replication and prokaryote binary fission, again indicating that Egyptian afterlife exists at a quantum level. With the completion of Objective 4, we can assemble Matrix 3 to test the validity of our model in Matrix 2. So Matrix 3, Egyptians, signs translated into science parallel. Let's go. Architecture of pyramids, edifice of Takara, phase lambda, I'm saying lambada, lambda morphology, Atum, mass generating mechanism, electric potential pulse, Atum and Ogdoad, Higgs field and 8 massless gluons of strong force. Atum's throne or foundation, elements created in the core of a dying star. The basis of DNA. Ooh, shit. Beetle, creation and transformation of creator gods. Beetle dung ball, earth, bacteria cell. Breakthrough. Chaos gods, second law of thermodynamics, any real process that proceeds in a direction which results in the entropy increase. Creator God, solar wind, high energy, particle, creative force. Deceased is dead but alive, quantum consciousness. Deceased is everywhere, non-locality. Equipped because of the vulture, human death allows transformation. The vulture is a symbol of transformation, eating the dead to gain life. So when you become the vulture, you become that symbol, and you, as it says, human death allows transformation. Eye of Ra, Atum Nut, generations of stars seeding cosmos with elements from supernova explosions. Heads, tails, faces, heads, tail, faces, vertices is phase morphology. Left to right orientation is left to right cloning orientation, left-handed biological molecule aligned magnetization. Lightning striking cow to produce Apis bull. Cloning by nuclear transplantation to produce bulls with special traits. Local swarm phase progeny. Mayat, laws of the universe of physics, rightful order. Pyramidion, indicator of phase lambda morphology, regions of dwarf Planck length world. Ooh, shit. Let's go. We conclude that the Matrix 3 provides support for genetic cloning, phase morphology, quantum consciousness, and non-locality. Also, our analysis of Egyptian creation accounts points to the theories on the cosmogenesis of our universe. Objective 5, we must now discover whether or not the central idea strands in the pyramid text and coffin text continue to support our model, developing matrices, in which we are centered on the idea that the Egyptian afterlife exists at a quantum cellular level. All right, it's apparent that the foundation of form signified by Atum's throne is the whole writing, the hieroglyph, the DNA for the forthcoming creation. Within the movement towards infinity, or back to the I, or origin of creation, the deceased states, I have come to the island of fire. I am content with the manifestation of the it high phallic ones, CT 1001, the it high phallic ones. The one who is it high phallic would have an erect penis. Some it her phallic in the cuff, in the cusp. So erect phallus would suggest a primordial state just before Atum self-generated the creation. A state might compare to the stiffening of the core during a supernova explosion. So the erect dick is the hard core right before the supernova explosion. That's why they also call it a nut. Supernova explosion is an orgasm, son. So the deceased is at the origin of creation, the island of fire with the it phallic ones. You want an island of fire with a bunch of hard dicks. That don't sound pleasant. Adam's throne equals first DNA, equals foundation of forms, equals the ritual book, the whole writing, the words, the hieroglyph. Passage to the quantum hieroglyphic universe. The light of the Egyptian focus on the Eye of Horus, what implies a center of light, intelligence, or influence. 4 in space-time and 4 in spectral. When the spectral dimension dominates a perception, space and time evolution ceases and spatial boundless boundaries disappear. All right. For example, fish have a larger receptors and can see in infrared bandwidth, whereas insects have smaller receptors, resulting in ultraviolet vision. All right, well, that's a good fact. Phrase, the upside down world. Let's deal with it. Thought I froze then. The upside down world. This, again, as we get into it, if you remember Pirates of the Caribbean, to get back into the regular world, they had to turn the boat upside down. Here's why. The dead king will not go upside down. So he was in the locker, he was upside down. Repeatedly, the funerary texts state that man must not go upside down, down in the realm of the dead. You must not. So the funeral said the man must not go upside down in the realm of the dead. Let's see what that means. Carl D. Pribom, MD, explains the inversion process, he's a brain researcher, it says, is a transformation of an image from our world, space-time, through the lens of the eye into a processing domain of at least 8 dimensions on the retina. He further states that the image in the eye allows us to infer that the outside world is similar to a hologram, a 3-dimensional image created with photographic projection. Deceased, what I write on the side, human bacteria consciousness, E. coli. Oh yeah, we're gonna get it. So in this upside down world, which we're gonna get into more, we can talk now about Dr. Phil Valentine, who explained that this world has folded over on itself. So from the real world in Kabbalah, I've showed it before, the first 3, the Trinity's up, the next one is down, because this world went upside down. Then there's another tree. It copied itself. And then it's Malkuth, where you are, which is a copy, which is an afterthought. So you're an afterthought in a copy of a real world who still may be farther beyond, because you got 3 states of Ein, Ein Sof, and Ein Sofar, which is 3 trimesters of birth. So it's a path out, but whatever the destination of Kether is, and it may just be a part, some certain. Well, I'm sure the Watt is Daf. You know what I'm saying? Let's get to it, baby. You know what I'm saying? This is coming up on 12 hours. Daddy's home. I want to see one now. I want to see a nigga do a 12-hour joint. Baphomet, nigga. Yeah, baby. Let's go. Come on. Yeah, baby. All right. So recall that during a supernova explosion, we did that to stiffen, strain them out. So yes. Pages are turning. Fans are going. Damn, I was this far. All right, we're getting closer. Maybe we might make it through this motherfucker without a part 2. All right. The deceased in the spectral domain of the afterlife perceives himself as a upright and the world of matter and living as upside down. So they're saying as soon as you go into this world, the world you came from is upside down. Now, I told you already, you perceive this hologram. So your brain needs to turn this shit upside down for you to see. This is all in an upside down world. You are in it. To perceive this shit, what you're looking at, remember, you see the image in you. Why does your brain have to turn the image around in your head for you to view it? Because it's all hologram. It's all not real. It's all, as he said, a 3-dimensional. No, let's even go back. The outside world is similar to a hologram, a 3-dimensional image created with photographic projection. This world is upside down. So the deceased in the spectral domain of the afterlife perceives himself as upright in the world of matter and the living as upside down. You shall walk upon your feet. You shall not walk head downwards. CT 2021. Deceased is not to eat feces in the realm of the dead, not to walk upside down, to have power over water and air, to go forth into the day, CT 184. The idea of not eating feces suggests purification and the decay related to bacterial agents, which seems a reasonable parallel to our model that asserts the earth and its magnetosphere acts like a single cell bacterium, such as E. coli. It is obvious that it's just as odious to go upside down as it is to eat feces in the realm of the dead. The Duat, the deceased, believes that to be upside down, my skin was turned inside out at the time of nightfall in the West, CT 389. Similarly, the deceased ferries across the firmament when the sacred land is turned upside down, CT 343. In other words, the process of inversion has resulted in the deceased now walking upright. The great West is he who stretches out my bones and extends my limbs so that I may walk on my feet like Osiris. Our genome is so littered with families of repetitive DNA sequences that have no function, such as a mobile genetic elements, transposons, and tandemly repeated simple sequence DNAs. According to Desmond Nicol, senior lecturer at the University of Paisley, Scotland, 97% of human genome has no known function. This is what they call your junk DNA. 90% of human genome have no function. She bumps it up to 98 in her lecture and tells you how when you turn upside down in this world, the DNA switches. The junk DNA becomes online because now you're in the right place. And the DNA, that the two strands here, becomes what needs the dead king that needs to be inserted into the lambda phase takeover. And with the junk DNA, it's years and years in a library of bacteria and viruses. Over the years, the lights that came and changed us, to build us, to make us who we are. Beetlejuice is an Orion light. That's important shit. They're trying to fucking get you out of the light. Nigga, go crazy in it. Let's go. Come on, where we at? So 90% of human DNA in the genome has no known function. Of course, if we were in the afterlife viewing the viral part of our genome, it would be upright. And the rest of the genome would be reversed, transcribed and backwards. Reverse transcription results in complementary DNA that is actually transcribed backwards and upside down. Finally, the funerary text reminds us that Seth, who turned the land upside down, CT 942. So Seth turned this land upside down. Seth, or Set, is the god of confusion and disorder. That's where you're at. Whose disagreement with Osiris resulted in the injury of the eye of Horus, which the Egyptians might say resulted in the upside down human creation. Equipped with the new death vision, the deceased, a specter in the spectral domain, perceives our world of matter as upside down. So in this world, you perceive the world as matter as upside down. Your DNA is actually upside down. And your junk DNA that was inactive comes online. All that work you did over the years. So upside down world is space, time, material world, or living humans. You are in the upside down world, the world of confusion and disorder. Get it now? Now, universe, there may be a hologram. an invertible reflection of the quantum world. Yes, it is. Just told you in Kabbalah, wherein the world has flipped over on itself, copied itself, and made an afterthought. So listen, are we an invertible reflection of the quantum world? Hell yeah, just got told that. In holography, every part of the writing contains information about the whole. The hologram then would be a material representation of the whole. Writing or holograph, that is, a three-dimensional 3D image where information about the holograph is recorded. When our world or the hologram is illuminated, what emerges is a rational 3D picture that unfolds the whole image of each part. So if you can cut the picture into pieces, each piece would contain the whole. The deceased states, I am Ra, I am Atum, I am the Lord everlasting. I am the being which upholds eternity. CT 442. So Atum in his quantum world as the sun god, as the eye of generation, now becomes the light from within that illuminates our 3D material world or hologram. He's talking about consciousness while you're in 3D world, bitch. Not wokeness. I am the being which upholds eternity. So Atum in his quantum world as the sun god, as the eye of generation, now becomes the light from within that illuminates our 3D material world or hologram. It may be that process of death is an upside down movement of one's consciousness or genetic essence. Genetic essence. Consciousness or genetic essence. Let's go back. It may be the process of death is an upside down movement of one's consciousness or genetic essence from the space-time realm of matter to the spectral domain of energy, an order of frequencies that is disturbed, enfolded, and holographic. The Fourier transformation can be simply described as making a big, small, and a small, big. Described as making the big small and the small big. Here we go with Alice in Wonderland. As Hermes said, what is below is like what is above. Likewise, Robert Bauval, which I know his work, he was one of the dudes, what did he say? That was a breakthrough. I think it was him and Anthony West that got a geologist to study the Sphinx and determined that it was that and the pyramid was much older than white people was trying to pretend, and that the Sphinx is even older than the goddamn pyramids. And so Robert Bauval, what page was I on? Was one of I think, well, I know John Anthony West did it, but I think she speaks on what he broke down. Let's see. Ooh, oh, I think I see 2 pages where the whites are. So we almost close to the whites getting their medicine. So let's see. Robert Bauval has confirmed that he was the one who confirmed or realized that the pyramids of Giza are lined up with the Orion's belt. Boom, that's what he did. Robert Bauval has confirmed that the alignment of the 5 Egyptian pyramids mirror 5 of the 7 stars in Orion's constellation. Apparently, the pharaohs understood that the whole is enfolded everywhere, and that our brains are part of the universe, which has a holographic mode of operation. So it's saying your brain is a part of the game, but it's operating in the hologram. Our universe above, hologram. I just told you you live in a goddamn observatory. You ain't ready, man. Our universe is a hologram. The quantum world below. Hologram, whole writing. All right. Firstborn DNA. Firstborn DNA is called a prokaryotic cell. The interesting to the whole one, the development of the first cell. From this, we can see that the prokaryotic cell developed 38 billion years ago. A anaerobic prokaryote cell bacterium that does not have a membrane around its nuclear region but acrobatic eukaryotes do have a true nucleus surrounded by membrane. So reconstructing early events in the transition? Yeah, you 12 hours, baby. We had 12 hours. It started at 5. It's 4:59. No tap, nigga. So reconstructing early events in the transition from prokaryotic to eukaryotic cells is problematic for evolutionary biologists. After reviewing the timeline and reading the Egyptian text, we could say that Atum's DNA was first born. Then the prokaryote cell DNA developed, followed by the eukaryote cell DNA type. So sun, star, Atum, Atum equals firstborn DNA. Earth equals the prokaryote DNA. Humans equal eukaryote DNA. You hear? So, but let me see. No. Sun god and sun beetle equals high energy particles and phase lambda. Beetle dung ball, a prokaryote cell or the earth. Phase lambda, let's get it. A beetle laying its eggs in dung. Then the beetle is phase lambda, inserting its DNA into an E. coli host cell. You are it. The phase, this is that phase lambda. The lambda decision circuit includes 12 gates, including the Egyptian rationale for the title of their Book of Gates, which has 12 gates similar to the Amdot's 12 hours of division. We will investigate the lambda decision circuit in these supportive texts in part 3. The lambda genome is 48.5 kilobytes long, encoding some 46 genes, which can synthesize about 50 proteins. In the tailed phage, the genome is encapsulated in an isohedral head or a protein shell called the capsid. The subunits of the capsid are located at the vertices or face of the icosahedron. An icosahedron is 20 equilateral triangles arranged around the face of a sphere. As discussed, the Egyptian pyramids reflect the same basic triangular design found in phase lambda. Phase lambda is linear with a short, complete, complementary 12 base pair BP, single strand SS regions. When lambda DNA infects a E. coli cell, it circularizes the cohesive 12 BP ends connecting, and then the phage decides on one of two different strategies: the lithic cycle or the lysogenic cycle. Get to know that. The lithic cycle or the lysogenic cycle. This is what happens when phase enters the DNA, which will happen at the cusp. That's where you get your juice. So two things can happen in your cells. One is good, one is bad. But this is based upon your readiness. Your readiness is dictated by you really being through this place. Is your heart lighter than a fucking feather? No, it's not. You want to be a fucking businessman, don't you? You want rap to come back, don't you? Don't you? You want to get an Impossible Whopper, don't you? Yeah, you can't do it, brother. You can't do it. You got to be conscious. You got to be the true initiate to get there. That's what they're talking about. A bacteria phase is a cell invader taking over the bacterial cell's reproduction machinery so that it can produce its own phase progeny. You want that. You want that. When the phage destroys the bacterial cell during reproduction, this is the life cycle of lysis, L-Y-S-I-S. Know that. Or the lithic pathway. And when the phage resides in the host cell, DNA, like a quiet parasite, this is the lifestyle of the lysogeny or the lysogenetic pathway. The whole cell is called lysogen, and the quiet phage is called prophase, because the prophase inserts into a break in the host chromosome between the B-gal and the bio-operons. The bacterium reproduces the DNA of the silent phase invader with its own DNA, passing the hybrid or recombinant DNA on each generation. The process can be compared to the idea of our world as a hologram that centerfolds the whole image or sleeping embodied genome in each of its parts. Recent research shows that human genome may have originally been viral. The human genome may have recently been viral. This is a bacteria, niggas. Your ego is the consciousness of what bacteria is. It gets on something, it must explain, it must eat, it must dominate. So these race wars is nothing but bacteria doing what bacteria does. This consciousness is your spirit trying to leave this fucking goddamn debauchery, this feces, this E. coli, this bacterium, this dung. Recent research shows that the human genome may have originally been a virus, suggesting the potential for lysogenic infections. Right? So, okay. The return to the eye or the holograph. Now let's look again at 312 BC papyrus text about the creator god Khepra, symbolized by the copenphage beetle. From our new perspective of Egyptian-based model, a sun or star represents a phage lambda source, and the Earth in its magnetosphere represents a rod-shaped gram-negative bacterial cell such as E. coli. E. coli. You are living on E. coli, son. The meaning of Khepra is to roll, suggesting that rolling circular replication of the lambda lithic cycle. Khepra, or the beetle rolling the dung ball in a cellular form, suggests the circularization of lambda DNA, which occurs in the host E. coli cell. Also, Khepra raises the creation from an inactive state, suggesting that raising out excision of the lambda prophage. Additional language points to the, Horus belongs to you. The reversion of the gods' offering, PT 199. Excision can be considered reversion because when the lambda prophage exists, it reverses the integration pathway or leaves the cell by the pathway. It uses to center prophage site bacterial geneticists called the site-specific recombination. So we can decode these signs as this. The title of the Book of the Gates equals 12 gates of Lambda decision circuit. Meaning of Khepra, to roll, equals rolling circle replication. During in circular form equals circularization of DNA in the host cell. Raising creation from a state of inactivity equals exorcism and prophage revolution of the God's offering equals exorcism of prophage. All right, where's water? Ooh, this shit is starting to get real. I have to find me a goddamn lozenge. So the deceased restores the eye of Horus. The deceased restores the eye of Horus. A major goal in the Amdot is reestablishing the first eye of Horus. And the gods who were within Osiris when he came into being, the first time a reference to the first iron head of the 9 gods in the origin of time, or the emergence of the first cell. Boom. Deciphering I as cell. I as cell. Then the activity of the I or cell or DNA transcription, replication, and translation into protein. This highlights the creative power of the sun and the stars. As the first eye of Horus, showing that Horus lineage is solar or cosmic, having the upper Egyptian origin like his father, Osiris, the upper room. Right, so it may be that Osiris, who is always shown mummified with a close linkage of legs, that suggests a phage tail representing prophage. So I told you his legs are usually together because it represents the tail that releases the bacteria, prophage tail. They was doing it, boy. They knew this had to be injected and take over your DNA. So rise in the morning now that you are a mummy. However, in a footnote to this passage, he notes a variation. You are in your mummy shape. Being in the mummy shape suggests phase morphology. Osiris in the realm of the dead, IS 8486, that is exercising lambda prophage. If Osiris is lambda prophage, then the E. coli host or lysogen not only produces its own DNA, but it also that of prophage lodged within it. It suggests that human life developed from the transition of first prokaryote to our eukaryote cell type. Remember, one has the nucleus, one didn't. Which is listen, which is the viral heritage of lambda prophage, dominant in each cell. Then at human death, an option exists for the exorcism of the original prophage by means of lithic lifestyle through horizontal gene transfer via lambda vector into and out of a host cell. One microscopic scale, the world represents movement of one's consciousness. As Goethe would say, one's immortal part out of magnosphere to the stars. Woo, getting it now. Research on human genomes shows that due to viral genomes inserts, events, genetic material from inactive viruses accounts for roughly 3% of the human genome. Hundreds of other genes encoding at least 223 proteins seem to have come from bacteria. Nigga, you a virus. Human thought is virus. Nigga, you a bacteria, you a sickness. The Egyptians knew that you had to get up trying to play cute with your new boots. Nigga, you a virus, nigga. Better learn this shit, nigga. Trying to walk around here with new boots, bitch. Just knock it off. Your new boots. As discussed from the afterlife view of the deceased, this process would be a left to right orientation that was not upside down and backwards. The pharaohs are suggesting that human death results in a return to the quantum world and origin of time, where horizontal gene transfer is possible through the induction of lambda phage in the first prokaryote cell. One could say that the lysogenic lifestyle allows the sleeping lambda, that is, Osiris, to reside within each living cell, each living being. On the other hand, a human death opens up the lithic cycle option if the deceased has knowledge of the paths or the two routes to Ra Atum CT 694 decoded. Osiris equals lambda prophage, closed legs. Since our exploration supports our model that the sun god Ra operates like an incoming phage lambda into the E. coli earth cell, for simplicity, we can say that the union of the sun god Ra and the deceased could represent an uptake of human information or genetic instructions that is fragmented DNA into incoming lambda sun god. This is similar to types of horizontal gene transfer our modern bacterial geneticists also call transformation and transduction. Today, researchers use bacterial viruses like phage lambda as cloning vectors. So they're fucking with phage lambda to make clones, or whatever cloning vectors are. Put simply, they insert erroneous DNA fragments into the lambda. Oh yeah, so they doing it. They making clones. Genome. This phase then becomes a carrier molecule or a server that transfers or ferries the recombinant DNA into the whole cell. You heard, son? It seems as if the pharaohs understood their afterlife as a secret cloning experiment for the kings and nobility. They did their best to prevent the plebs, P-L-E-B, or common folk, from having this knowledge. Keeping knowledge secret from the masses was a method of screening human DNA. With this knowledge, the kings and nobility possessed directions, guidelines, such as going to the polar cusp of Earth to meet Ra for the transformation that screened out most of the population. On the cellular level, this translates to directions indicating the polar cusp or gap between the cytoplasm and cell wall, where the dynamic polar localization of protein critical for cell division and cell cycle control exists in bacteria. Now, just even that fucking writing, when you see this lady, she's very intelligent and smart, but goddamn, somebody put this shit together, done. All right. By being in this enriched protein localization area or origin for replication, the genetic heritage of DNA of the deceased, that is, of the kings and nobilities, may have transformed into a different product than if the deceased had been in any other location in the earth cell. For instance, in the afterlife, floating around the Earth's equator, a different location than the polar coast may result in an elemental recycling of your hydrogen, carbon, nitrogen, and oxygen, HCNO, back to our upside down human world. Just what the knowing Marcus de Sade predicted. So, if you don't go to the cusp, it's telling you with the example of floating around near the equator may result in you returning to the upside down world based upon your certain elements getting sucked out of you, son. You heard? All right. Smells good. However, we must remember, where we at? Nonetheless, it may be possible that providing knowledge to only a select few, the pharaohs were screening human beings and manipulating genes in their quantum afterlife. And this is what I'm telling you. Why I feel I'm so comfortable at saying this information that was sacred and kept for the select few. Before you was in a different time where people weren't conscious, but they understood more and maybe would try this. So if you weren't properly trained and understood as a shaman or a spiritualist in those temples, you probably they felt it wasn't for you. You wasn't ready or whatever it was. So it became secret knowledge. Only those who went through certain shit would get it. Makes sense. So I'm telling you now, by telling you to your face, niggas ain't staying for 12 hours for this. They got to, I did this so extra long, and I'm keeping going because I want the regular nigga out of this. When they see how long this is, the regular nigga, this will be invisible to. Invisible. The ones who will follow me this long on this video, whether it takes days or whatever it takes, my 5-hour videos take days. Whatever it takes, they're gonna watch it. That's what this message is for. And it still remains hidden knowledge. Niggas can try it, but try again. It won't work. Going to the cusp, baby. All right, where will we at? All right, we here. However, we must remember the pharaohs view the deceased as Osiris. For the earliest evidence equates the deceased pharaoh with Osiris. We have identified Osiris as a representative of Lambda Prophage, the deceased as the genetic insert which the incoming sun god Ra, who now becomes the lambda vector that ferries the human genetic insert through the duat or through the prokaryote or prokaryote cell to the prophage site. The result in rolling circle replication in the excision of the prophage Osiris and the transformation or transduction of the deceased into the recumbent species. The deceased becomes Osiris when he bonds to the sun god and the crew and the polar quarter. We could say that the trinity of the deceased, the sun god, and Osiris are all representative of phase lambda, or the firstborn DNA of Atum. The sun and the stars. The deceased receives the eye of Horus, which the wind brings to you for your nose. CT 934. Thus, lambda trinity is the eye of Horus, which is not only recumbent DNA of the sun god and the deceased, but is also the lambda genome or prophage Osiris lodged in the host chromosome. Decoded, the eye of Horus equal lambda genome prophage Osiris incoming sun god. Yes, Osiris is lambda prophage. Then what does the wall of the double Osiris represent in the tomb of Ramses? The V1 is either 4 or 6. 6, I think. 5. Yeah, 6. 5 plus 1. I think it's just that simple. God damn, that felt great. Let's keep going. Where was I at? All right. Here? Yeah. Hold on. Oh, where the fuck was I? Okay, on this page. So, yeah, here we go. That's when you know shit is sitting starting getting tired, baby. That's all right. We gonna get it. Get it, baby. We get it down here. Damn, I wish I had a profile picture down here. I should have thought of that. I got chocolate shit. That shit just makes the throat fuck up. That's okay. We're gonna get this. I'm gonna try to get through all this in one sitting. So remember Pharaoh, we read all of this, decoded, right, the double, okay. So yes, Osiris is lambda prophage Phage, then what does the wall of the double Osiris represent in the tomb of Ramses IV? Plate 35. The scene depicts two identical Osiris back to back on two thrones, sometimes in phage lambda, a double lysogen forms in the specialized transduction, what geneticists call dilyosogen. So it seems the pharaohs were aware of the dilyosogen, or the phenotype of a strain that contained two lambda prophages, decoded the double Osiris, double lysogen, or dylysogen. Eye of Horus. King's strength is Eye of Horus, Eye of the Great Lady, Nut. King bears complete Eye of Horus. Eye of Horus will not fall to Seth. King takes Eye from Seth. King removed mounds of Seth and mounds of Horus. Eye of Horus is whole. King unites the two lands. When the Eye awakens, heads to conclave, said the sole possession of the Eye. King's bright cloak is the Eye of Horus. King absorbs Eye of Horus, swallows intelligence of the gods. So this Eye of Horus, which they identified as the phage lambda, is once you absorb it and become it, you have the intelligence of the gods. Get the secret, baby. Let's go. Hi, baby. Hi, baby. All right, let's get Overcome Set done with Earth. Yeah, Pioneer work is almost. It's your third eye, third. Okay, good. All right, so Heru means the distant one. The distant one. The most common genealogy portrays Heru as the son of Osiris and Isis, making a 10th on the family tree of Helopian Ironheads. The god of origins is Ra. Atum, the sun god, who is synchronized with Ra Harukuti, meaning Ra is Horus of the horizon. The deceased states that he restores the eye that was injured when the rivals fought, suggesting that the lambda DNA has been damaged. The text goes on to explain that the rivals are Horus and Set, the god of confusion and disorder. Set wounds the face of Horus, who loses the light in his right eye, while Horus carries off the testicles of Set. Horus' right eye is the sun, his left eye is the moon. In another version of the account, Seth is in the form of a black boar. He tears out and swallows the moon eye of Horus. The Egyptian accounts suggest that at one time, most likely the beginning of creation of matter, the eye of Horus, or the Wujat, whole one is what that means, was complete before fission. When the eye became injured, we could say that matter creation occurred, causing it to fission into nuclei, for it was no longer whole. According to the funerary text, upon human death, the deceased returned to the dwarf world of Atum, restoring the eye of Horus that Seth damaged. Thus, the deceased becomes the fiery eye of Horus, CT 316, the whole eye, the Wujat. How are we to make sense of the story? To understand the meaning of the signs related to the eye of Horus, review the pyramid text. At least the least corrupted evidence is helpful. In these texts, the rebellious Seth is overcome by Horus, IS 71. The Horus takes back the eye of Seth. snatched, I is 69. The two eyes of Horus are called the black eye left and the white eye right, PS 43, PT 43. The deceased king is offered the eye that was wrestled from Set, PT 54, PT 56, 57M, 57S, 59A, 97, 135, 160, 161, 162, 357. Let's read that line again then. The deceased king is offered the eye that was wrestled from Set. The deceased king is offered the eye. That's the phase lambda process beginning. So important. We see all the text. Yeah, I read it out. That's a part of it. However, both eyes were brought to the king, PS 57A, 50, and 57, as an offering. For Horus, as victor, has united them to you, for they are complete, PT 106. In other words, because Horus overcomes Seth, the injured eye reverts back to Horus, PT 199. The eye of Horus is the great left eye in a healed condition, PT 301. It is worthy of note that in the study of mutation, reversion is the phenotype of a mutant, can be reverted back to its original parental phenotype by a second mutation. The reversion occurs due to the, listen closely, second mutation within the gene or another locus. True reversion occurs when the mutated base pair is converted back to its original base pair, and the function of the translation to protein is restored. This idea, reversion, is mentioned to the deceased. May the eye of Horus belong to you. To you, the reversion of God's offering. PT 199. They're talking about mutations that can revert back to their glorious beginnings. So the sun god Ra is incoming phase lambada, Beetlejuice. Return of deceased, Atun, who, Sia, equals movement to foundation of forms, origin of time, or at Atun's lambda DNA before humans. Trying to take you back, done, before this infection, my nigga. Osiris dies. Seth's injury to the eye of Horus is the death of Osiris. Equals matter, human creation from the lambda genome. So Seth's victory of snatching a nigga's eye. They did that shit in and she already had a missing eye. And it was L in that Quentin Tarantino karate movie with 2 parts, Kill Bill. She snatched out her second eye. They're doing this shit. Osiris lives. Horus overcomes Seth, takes back the eye, making the eye of Horus whole, equals mutilated base pair converted back to its original base pair. And the function of translation to protein is restored. All right. Because the pharaohs use more than one meta symbol to identify the same idea. So you see this idea is, especially when we read the pyramid text, They're pretty much saying the same thing over and over again. I need you to understand that's a form of them yelling it. This is it. This is the process. They put it in many symbols over and over and over and over again. And they did that because they're trying to tell you the most important story that you could ever hear, to master the realm of death transformation, to get into the true world, your true lifetime benefit. Because the pharaohs use more than one meta symbol to identify the same idea, let's review the interkinetic metaphors relating to the Eye of Horus so we can make sense out of the text. At this point, a deductive compilation of interconnected group of meta symbols from the pyramid and coffin text describing Seth and his eye, Horus and his eye, and then the whole eye of the rival Set and Horus results in our next matrix. The whole eye of Seth and Horus. So the eye of Seth, red, green, Lower Egypt, black bull, lesser iron head, hidden nine, black left, empty, green, sweet, southern land, vanquished, rebel Seth, southern lower mounds, left arm, hand of earth, destroyer, Lower Egypt. That's the eye of Set. 3 portions of the earth or house of Thoth after Seth vanished. Iron bowl of Seth's eye, 1 pillar, iron Lower Egypt, moon eye, whatever. So now you have this middle point of the whole eye. That's the double crown, the double bull, the 2 iron heads, the 2 eyes, the 2 lands, the 2 rivals, the 2 mounds, the 2 arms and hand. So what they're talking about when Upper and Lower Egypt got together is the whole eye. And they said even on earth it gets better when you have this, you have all this pestilence, you have hell. And then you have the duality of heaven, the Eye of Horus, white, Upper Egypt, crown. Remember, Seth is red, green, Lower Egypt. So when they come together, when the eyes are whole, and Upper Egypt and Lower Egypt must come together. That's why you have this image, which I do have the book. This is a part of class. Let's get it. Hey, where the fuck are you? I don't have the fucking book there. What the fuck, nigga? Oh, motherfucker, goddamn, this is a unprepared ass fucking lecture. I tell you that much. No, I don't have the book, but it's the well, you don't have to get it, but it's occult symbols. I thought I had this shit. Occult symbols, and they break them all down, and they break down the image of Horus and Set back to back. It's a Satan ye get behind me situation. You get what I'm saying? So these things do show that they are bonded together for a purpose. This idea of them fighting is a purpose. Okay, let's get it. So the deceased states that he restores the eye, which was injured when the rivals fought, suggesting that the DNA has been damaged. The text goes on to explain that the rivals are Horus and Set, the god of confusion and disorder. Set's wounds the face of Horus, loses the light in his right eye. Horus carries off the testicles of Set. We got there already. So we good to hear it again. Did we? No, we did all. No. Here we go. We too far back. Here we go. So we talking about the differences, blah, blah, blah. We got it. Horus is heaven, Seth is hell, Lower Egypt. And then, but they, Upper and Lower Egypt come together, and actually she talks about it. The full function, let me see, chakras, recommon, define, sleep DNA. Don't know what my notes are saying. The full function of the Eye of Horus is necessary for the king to speak the great word, which results in the Horus lineage or the reborn deceased king as Osiris. We can see the repression of Seth or the human lineage result in the activation of Horus or celestial lineage and vice versa. This means that when Seth is active, Horus is inert. And when Horus is active, Seth is beheaded and his power over the Eye of Horus destroyed. Again, Osiris equals the deceased king, equals recombinant DNA, equals Eye of Horus, equals lambda genome. In Matrix 4, we point out, we possess that the Eye of Horus is the field of offerings, also described as 7 portions of bread or 7 Uraei, Uraei. This compares to the left and right arms of the lambda genome, which has 7 operons that control lysogeny and lysis, and it supports our developing equation that the Eye of Horus is the lambda genome lodged in the host chromosome, that is prophage Osiris in the Book of the Dead. The 7 cows who give bread to the and bear represent the field of offerings of the 7 lambada operations. 1. The battle between Seth and Horus on the Island of Fire as the battle between C1 and CRO proteins, determining lysogeny versus lysis. So we got to remember the CL, which is also called C1, the CR proteins represent Seth and Horus. So she's breaking this down to proteins, Seth and Horus. 2, the thief of fire, or Seth snatching the eye, as CL protein operates the right operator site first. CL protein. The ascendancy of the right arm of Horus over Seth is CR as CRO protein, dominating the right operator sequence first. Then let's deal with the geometry of Horus's eye. 1 2, 1/2, 1/4, 1/8, 1/16, 1/32, 1/64. You've all seen it. This mathematical pattern suggests the process of DNA replicating into 2 daughter cells, each retaining 1/2 of the original sense DNA strand, which gradually diminishes the original DNA. Yet the mathematical progression also represents the radioactive decay series. The statistics governing radioactive decay predict the decay pattern of a large number of radioactive nuclei. The decay, where we at? The decay constant is closely related to the half-life, which is the time it takes for half of the material to decay. After 2 half-lives, there will be 1/4 of the original sample. After 3 half-lives, 1/8, and so on. So the decay series of 1/2, 1/4, 1/8, 1/16, 1/32, 1/64 is a good fit for the 6 fractions of the Eye of Horus, corresponding to the sense data, which appears to be vanishing. By calculus, the fractions of the eye add up to 1, suggesting wholeness. So we could say that the whole eye connotes no DNA replication and no decay, but the injured eye results in both DNA replication and decay. So the eye of Horus geometry equals DNA replication, radioactive decay series. The whole eye, 1, equals no DNA replication, no decay. In this moment, toward the 0 point, the eye of Horus series relates to the gravitational force. According to Hawkins, in 3 dimensions, the gravitational force drops to 1/4. 1 doubles the distance between the 2 bodies in 4th dimension. It drops to 1/8 in 5th dimension, 1/16 in 6th dimension, 1/32 in 7 dimensions, 1/64. It drops to 1/32 and in 7 dimensions to 1/64. This situation would make Earth very, very unstable in its orbit around the sun, causing it to spiral into the sun, which would either fall apart or collapse to form a black hole. So the eye of Horus could represent the decrease of gravitational force between 2 bodies due to low dimensionality. Getting a little bit deeper now, huh? The deceased, with his 180-degree flip or left turn orientation from west to east movement, would be a left-handed Hell City Compton radius vortex. So the eye of Horus fractions may relate to gravity, 0 point energy, and the formation of QMBHs, especially those with the left hand helosity. Helosity. Finally, the long spiral from the pupil of the eye of Horus is a mirror image of the Fibonacci code. So that little thing on the bottom of Horus's eye is an image of the Fibonacci code, a genetic spiral whose growth is regulated by a series of numbers: 1, 1, 2, 3, 5, 8, 13, 21, 55. How it works is 1 plus 1 equals 2. 1 plus 2 equals 3. 3 plus 2 equals 5. 5 plus 2 equals 8. 8 plus 5 equals 13. 8 plus 13 equals 21. 21 plus 13 equals 34. 21 plus 34 equals 35. It goes all the way through. So they show you the code 1, 1, 2, 3, 5, 8, 13, 21, 34, 55, indicating exponential growth. The Fibonacci series converges on 5, 1.618, which also related to the isohedron and the pentagon and Baphomet then, and DNA. Any number in the series after 1 is equal to the sum of the 2 preceding it. Adjacent numbers approximate the golden ratio, so we could easily identify a series of numbers with the exponential growth of human and other species in nature. Ooh, ooh, we get a good fucking stretch. Oh, man. All right, where were we? Yeah, we did this one. I was on this page. Oh, we did. Yeah, okay. So objective 5. Matrix 5 is centered on the idea that the Egyptian afterlife exists on a quantum cellular level. It is based on phase lambda genetics. Therefore, it supports our initial model image 2, which continues to have coherence. This brings us face to face with 20th century molecular biology, bacterial genetics, and super molecular chemistry. The science ground foreshadows the complicated Amdad Book of Gates, which supports the Egyptian idea that the life after death, that there is life after death, life after death. So for case of understanding, and before we discover how the deceased restored the Eye of Horus, the next chapter provides a brief view of bacterial genetics. So Matrix 5, Atum's, let's get it. Atum's throne or foundation or formation, ritual book, the whole writing, the words is the hologram information transfer process, first DNA of solar origin. Book of Gates equals the 12 gates of Lambda decision circuit. Eye of Horus geometry, DNA replication, radioactive decay series, Clifford algebra, diminishing gravity, statistics, movement of ZPF, formation of QMBH, Eye of Horus spiral, Fibonacci spiral based upon the golden ratio, Eye of Horus whole, left and right, arms of Lambda genome, lithic lifestyle, Geb, earth beetle, dung beetle. He is the parakaryote host cell. Kepler, indicator of rolling circle replication and lithic lifestyle of phase lambda, also circulation of lambda DNA. You seen that shit, we just go like that, was going to sleep. Shit is real now. I feel like I'm in the same spot forever. All right, a bacterium is a single cell microscopic plant-like organism. So listen closely. A bacterium is a single cell microscopic plant-like organism, but it's lacking a nucleus. Remember the Pharaoh's model of Earth, the dung ball, the sun beetle, which has clarified by assigning the sun beetle the value of phase lambda and the Earth dung ball the value of E. coli bacterium. Ooh, 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 ooh. I'm stretching my lower back, don't think I'm air humping. All right, let me get a moment. All right. The bacterial genome is a small and highly organized, whereas 95 to 90% of the human genome has no known function. Bacterial genes have regulatory sections of DNA organized into operon, units that control transcription. An operon is a gene cluster served by one promoter. RNA polymerase can bind to the promoter region on a regulatory gene and can make the repressor molecule that blocks binding of RNA polymerase. Bacteria have 3 ways of making recombinant DNA, which is the fusion of DNA from 2 separate individuals. Again, bacteria has 3 ways of making recombinant DNA. which is the fusion of DNA from two separate individuals. I told you about gene transfer and why they want you to separate. Because this light, if someone gains this light, I think they're talking about this gene transfer through our aura with this particular light. You know what I'm saying? They want you away, they want you masked, they don't want you to breathe it in. They want you to breathe in your own carbon monoxide because you're breathing in shoo, nigga. The cosmic wind brought it in on air. You will breathe the goddamn Beetlejuice in. That's what they get. Wear a mask, wear a mask, wear a mask, wear a fucking mask. That's what they're doing to stop the bacteria, the virus. But the real virus is what we're looking for here. The bacteria genes have regulatory sections of DNA. We got that. Bacteria have 3 ways of making recombinant DNA, all right. They are transformation, transduction, and conjugation. The Am-Dot specifically states that the sun god will make his transformation. We could say that both transformation and transformation is occurring in the Egyptian afterlife. First, the deceased merges with the sun god. The naked DNA or genetic heritage of the deceased is taken up in an insert in the Lambda vector, sun god. And then the recombinant DNA is injected into the bacterial cell, the place of mooring, an attachment site to the bacteria, Earth. So, DNA, union of the deceased and the sun god, is taken up by the host cell for genetic transformation. A phase lambda invades the host cell and takes over the replication machinery. So you're trying to get this phase lambda to do its thing because it's the true changer of the DNA. And here they're talking about it. However, recombination only occurs if extra DNA is present due to transformation, transduction, and so on. Put simply, one cell dies, the donor, releasing a chromosomal DNA broken into short linear fragments, and another cell recipient takes up the released DNA, now having a couple of chromosomes plus a fragment recombination for DNA repair. All of the damaged cells can now happen. Damn. Let's go, baby. Let's get it. Wait, just lean on it. Just lean. Never stop, boy. I thought I told you that we won't stop. I thought I told you, nigga. We won't stop. Keep losing my page. Look at my page at, nigga. Okay, we got this page, nigga. Run that page, nigga. Okay. So, objective. To understand how the deceased sun god restores the eye of Horus, we must examine the nature of his crew. The dead king is a god, a magician, a savior. Dead king is unique, a lone star in the east. Dead king, reborn from form, is a being with no arms, no legs. He is coiled, has jackal face, celestial serpent, middle of the hinder parts, like a broad head hall. Sun god and crew is knit together about him by the imperishable star, CT-255. He is then literally injected through the gap or the origin of reconnection on the Earth's magnetopause, so he can navigate the winding waterways in the sun bark, CT-62. Space physics evidence suggests this path results in an open field line to the sun's IMF, what the pharaohs might call going forth by day. Research shows that some of these ions in plasma have complex structures, such as ordinary ions surrounded by a cloud of polarized molecules, an idea that could be represented in the eighth around one arrangement on the sun bark. Another correlation is that the Gell-Man and the Needleman discovered that mesons, particles consisting of a quark and an antiquark, could be naturally grouped into octets and baryons, particles built from three quarks, into octets and decuplets, which is called the eightfold way. The deceased possessed jars of electrum, CT-84, and the Lord of Electrums, CT-486. I don't know, maybe you need the Lord of Electrums to get back on that beach. Yeah, I'm starting to hallucinate. Yeah, I like this. That was a hallucination line. I zoned out and seen this guy. What is it? The Lord, what was it? What the fuck did I just read? Shit, let's go. I don't even care. Hallucination, let's go. Let's keep this going. On the quantum level, the supermolecular sun bark operates similar to the lambda DNA injected to the whole cell. DNA replication in the cell. An E. coli bacterium has a special polar receptor site for lambda absorption called the lambda B receptor. In fact, the receptor site for lambda B absorption, called the lambda B receptor, one called bacteria such as E. coli, also have mechanism, whereas gene transcription is initiated by available iron complexities on the cell surface. The iron is essential for E. coli, and references to iron are widespread in the funerary text, which research shows iron nuclei are present at the polar cusp because what is above, what is below. It translates to iron being present at the Earth cell's poles. At the gap or horn of Ament, AMD, Hour 1, the deceased bonds with the sun god and his crew on the 8th on the bark at a group traveling and working together for a common purpose. The transformation of the deceased, Hour 1, into a new Horus species, Amadit out, AMD, Hour 12. It seems as the pharaohs understood supermolecular chemistry, or the 21st century study that assembles of molecules working together, reacting to this like supermolecular components. The sun god and his crew communicate form associations, have preferences and aversions, follow instructions, and pass on information. In a supermolecular chemistry, one molecule is able to distinguish another by its shape or its properties, a type of molecular social order also evident in the Amdat. For knowledge of souls is stress to the deceased sun god. It is the transcription process. The DNA double helix wraps around the core of 8 histone protein molecules, and a second histone H1 secures the DNA to the nucleosome core. The histones may activate or silence genes. Cold Spring Harbor's laboratory said that. The octamer of 8 basic proteins is a fundamental packing unit called nucleosome. The history core structure is where we at. The histone core structure is anchored on the backbone of the chromosome and is evolutionarily conserved across the spectrum of eukaryotic cells. That's with the nucleus, humans. Histones, like the hydrogen, where we at? Histones, like the hydrogen ions in our microscopic model, are positively charged. So they can interact with negative charged DNA, and they can exercise control of gene activity. Deceased king's form is that of Anubis, having a jackal face and a celestial serpent middle, a spirit as a door bolt. Ooh, excuse me. All right, so the deceased king's form is that of Anubis, having a jackal face, a celestial serpent middle, and a spine as a door bolt. Ooh, shit. IS 54 and 89, a possible reference to the second histone that bolts the DNA to the core. Oh, who's still with me, niggas? You still with me, niggas? Let's go. So molecular reconnection. I told you this shit was a lot of shit. Without doubt, numerous deities and serpents recognize the dead sun god, who also recognizes the names and functions of all deities and serpents in the Duat. New chemists call the quantum capability molecular reconnection. Supramolecular chemistry set up molecular systems systems that can differentiate from one specific kind of molecule from many others. As the texts corroborate, when describing deities in their dwarf world, Duat, the pharaohs took advantage of the same strategy to distinguish different atoms and molecules as distinctive anthropomorphic epithets, symbols, and definitive drawings. Another way the model chemist explains molecular reconnection is by the metaphor of lock and key, where the enzymes lock and has a molecular shape complementary to the substrain key. All right, I'm sitting here nodding off. I don't know if you know this. And I want to get to the white people shit. Let's see, we got pages. We ain't gonna get it. It's gonna be 2. We already at 6:12. We're gonna end this now. All right, there will be a part 2. I'm on page 103. Let me write that down. We stopped on page. Yeah, we got to come back to this. I'm just reading like it's empty. Yeah, on 103. And we got to keep going. Like I said, there's a lot of information. I don't want to just start reading it in monotone as I'm falling to fucking sleep. It's 6 a.m. I started this at 5 p.m. I want you to see what the spirit is doing here. This is real exciting shit here. And this is something you're going to suck on for a long time. Shout out to Baba Kalindi for helping the blockage. And you can see this marathon. We want to dedicate it to Baba Kalindi. We want to dedicate this to Dr. Africa. It's their spirit that pushes me through this shit like this. Because I'm going to be a regular nigga after this moment. I'm still good. After fucking over 12 hours of fucking shit. And we still got another half to do. And I didn't even get to this book. So your homework, you know what I'm saying, is to get this book, check out her, get both these books, really. Get both these books by Judy King. Very real. This is secret society information that they stole, and now they're regurgitating it with all this intellectual shit on it to try to hide the true story, what to do when you die. But what to do when you die, you must go to the pole star. You must be guided by the Big Dipper to take you to the Little Dipper. You must be in the right place at the right time with the right consciousness, and the process will happen. It's a new birth. You don't remember the details of you birthing yourself here. That's for a reason. You won't remember the details there, I'm sure. After you pass through, this becomes a dream. This is the upside down world, as they said. It's a dream. So you got to get out this dream. This is how you do it. Very detailed instructions. And she's telling you a lot of shit that goes along the way. I'm going to leave this for a surprise for the second one to show you how white people ain't going nowhere. I get it now. I get the genius in creating them. Earth is not the place. It's not the showdown. It's all you know. So it's all you can measure against whatever. So it puts you in a position to fight white people for this. If you understand there's no fight, it's really just leaving them alone and letting them fucking suffer with themselves. Let them suffer with their own Democrat, Republican, leave that shit alone. Become something new. No one can stop you. Become something new. Start being free. Enjoy this golden age in a state of calm. That's the way you're getting out of it. That's the way your heart becomes lighter than a feather. So y'all good. Y'all know the instructions. Now just stay in the light. Get your will, bend your will to understanding the force in which you need how could you say it? The goddamn spunk that you need. Go get that through consciousness. Because you have the instructions, you know the right place to be, and you're waiting for the right time. You'll get swept away, and she's going to say even more of that. That it's an automatic process. The shit she was explaining when she gets to it, when she expands on what happened, It's clearly an automatic process. I was like, oh, this shit is automatic. You just got to get there. And they do tell you, which we're going to get into, how you can fail over there. And they talk about why Isis is on the Solstice boat. She's on the boat because if your DNA is failing, one of the things you get is a lactic something from the left. That's why Isis is having Horus on the left breast. So the Eye of Horus, if the DNA gets damaged in the process or there's something missing, that's what's said. If they said something's missing and they're talking about light things you're supposed to go through to get there, there's 3 ways they talk about that can skip that part of that strand. But if a lot of that skipping has happened, they said by the time it gets to the 12th gate, there's not enough true repair, you go back. So there is a path for going back after you get there and the process starts. But there is Anubis, Isis, and there's one other, talk to B.O.B., there's one other third body oh yeah, I'm falling asleep. Yeah, one other third body, nigga. What the fuck? So this is it, nigga. You can see, nigga, I'm done, nigga. I've been doing this shit since 5 o'clock, nigga. Oh yeah, yo, Lean. I think I got the record right now, my nigga. Saying, what you want to do, brother? Challenge. Lecture challenge. Let's see, you can lecture longer. Phil probably, Bobby and Phil, I think they up to 8 and 9 hours live lectures. Somatic Death and Bobby did something. Now Panic did on YouTube. Truth be told, I wasn't standing up at a lecture. I'm in the comfort of my boudoir. But it's still a long ass lecture. You see, I'm starting to zone out. You know what I'm saying? I should go to sleep in front of you niggas. Just never know. Let's see what happens when I zone out. If I keep talking, I might say some spiritual shit and talk to somebody. Ooh, mama. Ooh. Now see, I'm starting to wake up in my head now. Feels like y'all looking at me. Hell yeah. Oh, fucking tired. Ooh, Dr. Africa. What berry shall I eat, Dr. Africa? Yeah, I can feel it. Dr. Africa is fucking light right now. You know, he's definitely reconfiguring shit. He ain't fucking organizer shit. He's like a maestro. Whoa. Then I gotta walk all the way upstairs to bed. That was fucked up. Whoa. I feel motherfuckers. I don't even know why the camera's on. I'm just trying to collect myself. I'm coming back. All right. Get one more zone out, and then we're gonna end this shit. And let's talk to somebody. Let's see what somebody's doing. See what somebody's doing. Let's see, yo, KL. Yeah, he said he got something handled for me. Thanks, Don. For now, this is not her shit. Handle. Okay, I want me to get another motherfucking 99 banana. Yeah, okay, nigga. Thank you for that text break. Oh, fuck. All right, chaos that we had to say, let's get somebody else. I was thinking hostile, but I don't really fuck with him. Bye, niggas.
Got you open.
Come on, baby, you drive me